Okay, I'll have a mocha and one of those gyros. And can I also get a mythos beer, please? Yeah, that looks really... Oh, they've got pizza here, too? Oh, okay, scratch that. We want a pizza. Hop in your airplane. It's flying time. Hey there, welcome to 757 Spyfly. Yeah, make that 2 pizzas, right? Good to see you. Thanks for putting in wows in at wow time. I appreciate the wows, and it's great to see you. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you for coming on in today. Oh, look at that. LaKayla's back. Welcome back, LaKayla. It has been a while. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on in today. This is one of the most unique terminals I've ever seen. This structure, it's obviously something that they built in front of, the old terminal. I guess that's what, rain protection or something like that. I think it was something along those lines because, the sign has been blocked and stuff. But really is kind of a cool airport. We are at Thessaloniki, back to the old habit of Sunday Greek island hopping. And we're going down to the airport that they call the Princess Juliana Airport of Greece. We're going down to Skiathos. And Skiathos is a really cool little airport where, you can get a little beach here, a little bit of a road, and then right on the other side of the fence is the runway. So it's really pretty cool to be able to go and check that airport out. That's one you can stand like right underneath the airplane and watch it land. So we've got that going on today. There's also an early VATSIM event, and this early VATSIM event is at Daytona Beach. Basically, it's been like 500 minutes of Daytona Beach. I think it's getting ready for the car race and the beginning of car racing season in the U.S. So we've got that. And then it's been a while. Always like to do a beer run. Might be able to get that in and maybe a little more beach flying or something along those lines. Runway for departure. SimBrief says runway 34 for departure. So, Yuval, welcome back to you. Night shift has made it hard for LaKayla to drop by. Yeah, those night shifts, boy, they can be really hard, can't they? Good morning, Amargosa. Santiago Martinez is here. Do you have a departure right now? The departure is the Thessaloniki 3 Alpha departure, and there is no arrival. It's going to be an RNAV to runway 1. Let's see. Hunter Girl is back. Has it finally started to warm up in Frankfurt? I mean, seriously, it's been really, really cold there. Yeah, Hunter Girl is a first responder. Nothing but respect for, any first responder, working the night shift at the fire department. So tons of respect there for anybody that can handle that kind of a job. But, yeah, the night shift can be really, really hard. So if you're surviving a night shift, glad you're able to survive the night shift. So come on in. Sit back. This is like chill out Sunday. There has been apparently a little problem with the voice server. It's been taken care of, so the voice server is now working. So that's good news for that. Over on VATSIM, obviously the voice server here on the Spyflight is working just fine. Also downloaded, thank you to Loviz. Loviz picked up the 737-900 and sent it my way. So we've got the latest release from PMDG. It's the 900 for Atlanta to Daytona Beach, and then the Twin Otter. Tomorrow we're starting off Vectors to Copenhagen, departing out of Nuremberg. So I suspect there's probably going to be an Air Berlin flight on that one. Maybe, some Swiss chocolate hearts too. So going on there, but thank you for being in there. Big news since I've succeeded in killing my dead name. I am now officially and legally Ilya? Am I saying that right? You may have to help me, but make sure I say that right. So, or Ayla. But congratulations. So you've been going through a bit of a battle then. Good job. Well to go. Tim Dog, I am loading in to do Miami to Daytona Beach in the Citation 10. there's probably a lot of Citation 10s that are going to be going to Daytona Beach. It's like the last one, Kayla, but without a K and a long A. Okay. Well, hey, thank you for letting us know. So Ayla without it's Kayla without the K. Got it. Antonius, welcome aboard. Congratulations on that. You know, if you hear about someone that's, you know, just concluded a big long battle and having to go through a bunch of stuff and all that, you know, always like to say a big old congratulations there. So let's see here. No jetways here at Thessaloniki, so you got to walk up the stairs here. But you can actually do that over here. Hi, Heralds. Welcome aboard. Bristol to Porto. So up we go. Yeah, just using the drone cam for this. You had court hearings. Yeah, those are never fun. I've never had to do anything personally like that, but back in my former life, you know, reporting news and stuff like that, yeah, those were not fun at all. And a really, really nice Airbus. This is the old livery. The new one's actually kind of nice. I think they should have kept the two little birds flying off into the sunset. Antonius, there was a crash over on VATSIM. It was the voice servers. We know that happens off and on all the time, but they got it fixed. So let's go and do some flying here. Let's see. Got the flight plan and stuff loaded. It's time to turn on the power. The on switch for an A320 is the 2 battery buttons. So battery buttons going on, and then you can do external power. And then we got nav and logo lights. We've got no smoking. We've got emergency exit lights. Exit lights are armed. Demos, welcome aboard. Hi, George. And Eryther's here, too. Thanks for coming by. And our airplane is coming to life. Very, very cool. And that all looks good. We've got our monitors turning on. And that's really nice. The VATSIM potato servers are doing their best. Yeah, you know, it is a nonprofit, so they are going to have problems like that. Right now for Skiathos, runway 1 for arrivals. Yeah, I was noticing that, Michael. Did you see the thrust levers here? Something's a little weird. Let's see what's going on. I think I just needed to bump them up and down a little bit. Just needed to move them forward and backwards a little bit, and that's all it really took. So we got that taken care of. Let's see, do we have any thrust reversers out? Sometimes it'll pop out your thrust reversers sometimes when that happens. LaKayla has got to leave, lurk, and hit bed. All right. Listen, congratulations on your victory and doing things the way you want to do it. You know, Ayla is a great name. Congratulations on that too. And you know, enjoy getting some sleep because, yeah, when you're working the night shift, I mean, you know, except for the fact that Lionel Richie did a great song called Night Shift for you, that's really about all you get. So, you know, good luck on that and happy dreams, and we'll see you next time. And everything's good there. FMGC, Flight Management Guidance Computer. And we're going to turn that on and do the GPS primary thing off. That looks great. Navigation data is good. ASUS on the co-pilot side. And let's do air operations menu, flight init, and init the data request. And we've got ground and tower. Hey, Demos, welcome aboard. Is that you? We got ground and tower to talk to. All right, air operations menu is good. Received messages, and we don't have, so we're going to have to come over here and resend a load sheet. And now we got a load sheet because we got to have a load sheet, right? Let's see. LGTS. So we've got ground and tower here in Thessaloniki. LGTS. Cool. 54.38. So that's going to be 54.4 over there. But we got to come down there. Dogs is here. Hey, Dogs. Dogs is in the parking lot of a Buc-ee's at Bertha Pat in Colorado. On your way back to DIA, you had an overnight. Did you find a really cool house? Did you find a cool house, Dogs? Elgav, East Tower. Hi, Elgav. Thank you for doing Thessaloniki Tower for us today. Hello, Iceman. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, how was your trip, Dogs? And you, all right. So dogs, I don't know, dogs. You going to be able to handle that? You're from the Phoenix area right now. Moving up to Colorado, that's like, you know. Now, did you, when you sign the contract for your house, make sure that you get lessons on how to build an igloo and stuff like that, right? Because, you know, it's cold. A lot colder than you're used to in Arizona. I'm kidding. Being a brat. Good luck with that. You know, tell us how your move goes, and enjoy getting to go through DIA. I hope it's not crazy there. Dogs just gifted a sub to LGAV East Tower. Hey, thanks for gifting a sub, Dogs. That was really nice of you. All right, let's go and do init and init request, and there is our flight plan, looking great. We are an Aegean flight today. And that looks really good. Aegean 441. We're going to come on up here and we're going to turn on the ADIRs. And IR number 1, 2, and 3 are now on. And I usually do the cruise supply of oxygen button now. And that's how I remember that I've turned on my ADIR system, because sometimes I forget that. My mom's the one that's signing the contract, not you. Oh, okay. Well, good luck to your mom on that. I don't know, Dogs. You may need to provide signing support or something like that, like pizza and your mom's choice of beverages and stuff. May need to do things like that. But that's really exciting news. Okay, panel states. Nope, we don't need to do that. We need to come on over here and do charts. Also, Athens ATIS, Thessaloniki ATIS, Information Alpha. Runway in use is runway 28, so we got a runway change. So runway has changed here at Thessaloniki, expecting runway 28 now for departure. That means our departure is probably going to change too. Airport ground, that looks great. And departures. So now we need to go SIDS runway 28, probably this chart now. So we're going to need this one. All right, so runway 28 to come back over Thessaloniki. And let's see, we got two of them here. We got the 1 Echo and the 1 Foxtrot. Hi, IQB, welcome, welcome. Okay, so it's going to probably be one of those departures. Let's also go down and see if there is a departure perf. So SIDS runway 28 via the VOR. SIDS runway 28 via the VOR. And nope, it's not the 1 Echo. Well, we have the 1 Echo or the 1 Foxtrot, so that's going to be whatever they decide to give us. We're not sure. So we got a minimum climb clearance. Nope, they're going to give us that when it's our clearance. Okay, so we got that all taken care of. Let's come on over here, Skiathos. This is an RNAV approach. It's really pretty simple. The RNAV approach, it's also offset. So it's an offset approach too, which is kind of cool. We'll be coming in over the, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, the Skopelos VOR. Skopelos VOR at 4,000 feet, and then you go out 10 miles, descending from 4,000 to 2,000 feet, and then you come in on a great arrival. It is a 007 approach. LGAV Tower, you're absolutely right. It is not an RNAV. This isn't an RNAV. That's right. That's right. It's the locator one. This is the only one in Greece, really? No kidding. Okay, so come in over the Skopelos VOR, outbound on a heading of the 202 for, 10 miles from the VOR, make your turn, descend to 2,000. And remember, I was all excited about 007 is our heading. Well, guess what? It's actually an offset because the actual runway heading is 014. So it's a little bit of an offset. So this is a nice little arrival. Jashi HR, welcome aboard. Jonathan, it's not that long. The reason that it's going on a little bit longer right now is because I'm sitting here yapping away like an idiot. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's go ahead and finish doing the flight plan and get a clearance and get out of here. So 47 is going to be our 47 is our cost index. Let's go to the wind tab and request the winds. Hi Nobi, welcome in. Thank you for coming by today. And there's the wind and return. And I filed for flight level 130 or 140. 130. We'll pop that in, and that looks good. Okay, page B, and then we'll go do clearances. So there's page B, and our zero fuel weight is 54.38. I'm going to guess it's going to be 54.4. 54.4, because boy, do we do a lot of rounding in airplanes. Our center of gravity is 30.6. And those two numbers are now in. Accept it and return. And pop these up here. Cool. Let's do the rest of the numbers and we'll do a clearance. Hi, Maarten. Welcome aboard. A 737-800 cargo flight today. You've got a bit of a longer flight. Jonathan, yep, we are on VATSIM. Are you bringing other folks in the spy flight today? Anybody who wants to come along? I think I saw a Ryanair when I got here, but I haven't looked outside. So usually there's a couple of other people that hop in the plane and fly with us. I'm not sure if anybody's flying for sure. John Hacking is on YouTube. John, we are on Microsoft Flight Simulator. And we got a payware airplane, so outside of the sim, this is one of the absolute very best airplanes that you can get. One of the best airplanes that you can get as far as being detailed and how it all works. Pandora's pilot is back, checking in from northwestern Norway. How is it in northwestern Norway right now? Yeah, guess it's probably, we've been very unusually warm here in the inland Pacific Northwest of the U.S. How's it been for you? M. Dakes is checking in from Ontario, Canada. Welcome, welcome. You started ground school. Really? Real world ground school? How's it going for you, M. Dakes? Are you? Is it going good? All excited for ground school and then real flying? Pandora's pilot says it's been cold in northern Norway. All right, let's go and do some fast numbers and get a clearance. So 0.173. 0.173 is taxi. Route reserve contingency is 0.578. And that goes in there. Alternate is Athens, 1.38. 1.38. And final reserve is 0.989. That's for 30 minutes of fuel. Okay, so all of those three numbers are now down here in the flight management computer. So taxi fuel, route reserve, alternate, and final time. Hit the fuel planning button. If it turns green, that means you probably did it right and may not go crashing and burning. And then it's going to do a little bit more math for us, and now we're going to do our clearance. So LGTS ATIS is 127.555 is ATIS. We're going to talk to ground 121.705. MDAX, who's starting ground school, feels a little overwhelming. You see, one of the things that really helps in this exciting world of, real world flying is simulator flying. And even what it is that we're doing today in Microsoft Flight Simulator is based on the real world. Now, obviously, we're cutting some corners. We're not doing everything correctly, in Flight Sim. You really can't. But this is an incredibly cool first step into going into the real world. And then once you get into the real world, coming back here to play is a great way to stay frosty on everything. So it's really, really cool. So I hope it keeps working out well for you. Jamaican Rambo is in chat. Hi, Jamaican Rambo. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. And Jonathan, this is the first of 3, possibly 4 flights today. All right, nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. And ground is 121.705. And 705. There we go. Let's see if we hear voices. Rich on Wheels. Welcome back, Rich. 121.705. There we go. 127.555 is ATIS. Could be I'm the only one on the ground here, so there's nothing to hear. I just like to make sure I can hear people before I start.
500. Temperature 14.
Yep, we can hear people. Good. I usually like to make sure that I can hear something on the radio before I start blathering away on the radio, because sometimes I've done that and it doesn't work so well. All right, so let's come on over here. We are now expecting a different runway and a different departure. So we're going to come here and I'm going to get the departure page up so that I'm ready to go with this. And we're going to expect either the TSL 1 Echo or the 1 Foxtrot is what I'm guessing. And it's going to be runway 28 now. All right, so I'm just jotting down some notes so I'm ready to copy. And I think it's time to copy. I think I'm at stand 5. Thessaloniki ground, very good evening from Aegean Flight 441. We are an A320 at stand 5 with information alpha, requesting clearance to Skiathos.
Aegean 441 ground, Kalspera, information alpha correct, setup approved. Clear to Skiathos via Tango Sierra Lima 1 Echo departure runway 28. Climb initially flight level 80, squawk 7453.
Aegean 441 cleared to Skiathos off of runway 28, the Thessaloniki 1 Echo departure. Our initial climb clearance today is flight level 80. Squawk is 7453 for Aegean 441.
Aegean 441, clearance correct.
Unsportsmanlike celebration, we got the clearance correct. Hey, there was a time when, and when you're new, sometimes copying a clearance is next to impossible. It's hard. So, you know, when you get your clearance, it's sort of like, woohoo, we got the clearance. All right, all of these numbers look good. Let's go ahead and start boarding our passengers. So passengers are on this tab and load the airplane, and we'll do the 5-minute load up. Let's also open up the flap. Not that flap. The flap on the back of the airplane and get the APU going so that we can keep the cabin cool. LGTS departure runway 28. It's going to be the Thessaloniki 1 Echo departure, TSL 1E, and insert. Looks good. Coming into Skiathos, our arrival is going to be the NDB 1, because those are the only ones that we got. So the NDB 1, we're not doing a star, but our VIA is going to be over the Skopelos VOR, and that's already been pre-selected for us. And insert, and the flight plan is good. Will from all the, yes, that's right. We'll keep that other flap shut. If you don't do that and you're live on Twitch and YouTube, that could lead to, you know, having to talk to, you know, maybe real police officers. So, yeah, we'll keep that flap shut. Yes, my sense of humor is in twisted mode today. Sorry. Hey, Ben, welcome aboard. Back in my favorite Aegean Airbus today. So you said yesterday that this real airplane did Munich to Athens. Our squawk is 7453. So clear. 7453. I wonder if the crew stopped off at Airbrow. Jesus Ortuno. Did I say that right? Hello, Jesus Ortuno. Welcome aboard. Thanks for checking in on YouTube. All right, everything looks good there. Let's get the APU bleed on. And we'll turn up a cargo heater to medium. The aft cabin temperature down 1 degree because there's more people in the back. Might get a little bit warmer there. And everything's coming together just fine. And let's come on back here. We're going to go and do init page B once the passengers are aboard. And we have 75 of 109 people. I figured there'd be more people because Sibby tells us that the scuba diving at Skiathos is really cool. Thessaloniki ground, Aegean 441.
Aegean 441, hello sir. Your routing, are you able to accept a slight reroute so that you can do a full proper procedure?
Aegean 441, we can accept a reroute.
Okay, thank you sir. Aegean 441, you are recleared Skiathos via Lekpo, Lima 617 airway to point EBD, India Bravo, India Delta India, from which you can expect the EBD 1 Charlie arrival.
Okay, we caught part of that. Let's try a little bit of this. So it was our reclearance is the Lima 614 airway with an outpoint of India November Bravo India Delta, and I'm afraid we didn't type the rest.
That's okay. Aegean 441, I will say it again. It is Lekpo, Lima Echo, Kilo Papa Oscar, for airway Lima 617 to point EBD, India Bravo, India Delta, India.
All right, I think we got it here. Oh, you also sent it in text form. Thank you. It's Lekpo to the Lima 617 airway and then Ibidi for Aegean 441.
Aegean 441, thank you sir. Clearance correct. The rest of clearance is unfit.
Okay, rest of the clearance is the same for Aegean 441. We need to go and do a little bit of a change here. So let's go in and see how that changes. So Lekpo is our departure. Sky Nixes is back in chat. Ben says that this airplane is on the same route today. So it's going Munich to Athens and then up to Turkey tomorrow. And Ryanair is on a long final flight right now. It's a highly frequented route. Sky Nixes, welcome in. Yep, now we got a little work to do. So now it's going to be a little different. Lekpo. Let's go and see. Now then, so let's just go and see what we have here. Having a hard time visualizing. If you have a hard time visualizing something, hi Flocala, come on over here and go to Sky Vector. And go and put your route in there, and that way you can, if you're having a hard time seeing it in your head like I am, so LGTS, Thessaloniki, LGSK, and there is our flight. So now what we're going to do is put this in here, LEK Lekpo, and then we're going to be on the Lima 617, and then it's going to be Ibidi. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so, well, something went a little bit astray here. Something's a little bit astray because now we've got a 1,445 nautical mile. So there's Lekpo over there. L-E-K-P-O, not B-O. Oopsie. It's supposed to be a P, not a B. Yeah, yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's not going to be a 1,000-mile flight. All right, so here we are over here, and now we're going to do this. So let's see here. Lekpo is over on that. There we go. See, it's a P, not a B. And then this one is going to be the Ibidi transition there. And then we should go to the world low. I usually keep it on the VFR chart, but LGAV Tower. So what this is now going to show us is that we're going to be on an airway. And then the airway is going to be, like they said, Lima 617. So Lima 617, that's going to be our airway. Now, sorry about the snarf there. I think it's almost allergy season here in Spyland. Jonas CHR, welcome, welcome. And Austin is back. Hi, Austin. Welcome aboard. That's right, Super Bowl Sunday. You know, Manchester United. Oh, sorry. This isn't day after tomorrow. All right, we got to reprogram the flight management computer here. So let's go and do that. All right, so let's do flight plan. after TSL, let's put in LECPO, not BO. So LEKPO, and we're going to put that on top of Skopelos VOR, LECPO. Now from LECPO, we're going to be, I think it's going to put us on the airway, but you do the airway, you do the airway over here, and so the airway is going to be via the L617, so L617 via, and that puts us out at IBIDI, IBIDI, IBIDI. IBIDI is our out point. IBID. Oh, I didn't spell it right. IBI, not H. IBIDI. Your flight management computer doesn't have spell check, which is probably good because nobody ever meant to say ducking, right? Insert. All right, now we've got that in the flight plan, and that's good. Let's see. Welcome in. I did not, and I was really tired last night after the live stream because I was going to go and fire up the F-28. I don't know what was wrong. I need to go and fix that. I'll probably do that Tuesday or Wednesday. Jonathan, I will try and see if I can find you as we're taxiing out. Okay, I think we're good to go there. So we know what's going on there. Let's go up. Final load sheets aboard. So final load sheet. See if anybody snuck aboard. Init page B. And it's 54.4. Look over here. It says 54.4. Page 2, 30.6, 30.6. Those numbers are correct, and so all of our loading is good. The flight management computer says I need 3.8 tons of fuel to get over to Skiathos. We have 4.94. Yes, I always board a little bit of extra fuel. So 4.94, and that's good. Let's go close up the airplane. APU is good. I'm going to disconnect ground power. Let's go ahead and turn on our fuel pumps. Fuel pumps are on. Let's close the doors. Phoenix, ground services, and they already closed the door. Let's, is ground power disconnected? It is. Disconnect ground power. Our parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Disconnect that. Come on over here and do our departure perf. All right, we are now departing off of runway 28. So it's runway 28. It is dry today in Thessaloniki. Sync the load sheet, sync the weather. The altimeter is 1008. And calculate. Actually, it says 1007 in the ATIS, though. And send that over there. Everything looks good. I think we're ready to go. Come on over here to performance. Performance is set. Our squawk should be good. 7453. It is. Let's get on their scope. And we'll start squawking mode Charlie. Doors are closed. Seatbelts going on. How about having GSX push us back? Hi, Keith. Welcome aboard. And let's see. Aegean Airlines. And here comes our crew. Two of our favorite jets. Ben, thank you for always taking the time to figure out where our favorite airplanes are. Ben says that V-Spy, Miss Moneypenny from Virgin, is going to India today, and GVRIF is another Virgin Atlantic.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
We sure are. And that one is named after Joan Jett from Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, and that's on the way to Boston. All right, let's almost ready to call for push and start. I think that she's a normal-sized adult, so that kind of gives you the idea of how big the airplane is. So not a small airplane. Here comes our tug. Flight Sim Aviation. I actually used to be a fan, and then my team kind of screwed up a few Super Bowls, and I got sick of it, and I haven't really come back. Plus, I've always had a career, you know, that has kept me busy during the game. So I've never really gotten to see it for most of my, 30, 40 years in broadcasting. So I really haven't done an awful lot of Super Bowling. Initial climb clearance is 8,000 feet. Tower is 118.105. 118.105. Anto B777 just followed the channel. Thanks for the follow. Oh, I got to get alerts on. Hang on. Thessaloniki ground. Hello again. Aegean 441. We've got the reroute installed. Information Alpha remains aboard. Requesting startup and pushback. Hi, Cadet Pilot.
Aegean 441, pushback approved, facing south on Charlie.
Facing south on Charlie for Aegean 441. Facing south on Charlie. That's going to be nose right, tail left. About as good as we're going to be able to do. I think we're ready to go. All right, let's see if there's anybody behind us. Hey, there's the Ryanair that just landed. Ryanair just landed. And nobody's behind us. I think it's time to go. Actually, LGAB Tower said nose right, tail left. Did I go the wrong way? Whenever you see a Neo compared to a CO, it's always amazing how big the engines are compared to the old IAE. Well, the IAEs, definitely, these were kind of long and skinny compared to the CFM engines, which were more of a high bypass as opposed to these, little skinny IAE engines, right? Yeah, LGAV Tower, that's why I like these. Not only that, Aegean flew the IAEs and so does United. So I kind of like the IAE engines too. That's what I kind of like about these for sure. But yeah, they sound better too. And in the sim, we like things that sound good. Okay, things are looking good here. Let's go ahead and start up some engines. We do have everything ready to go there. Engines are ready to start. Starter back to normal. Airbus policy is start engine number 1. And as we're starting engines, we just got a raid from Boozy Sheep. Hey, Boozy Sheep, thanks for the raid. Where was the booze cruise today? Were there any sheep on the runway? Were there any bad jokes? Well, you just heard one here, so welcome on in. Thanks for the raid. Good to see you, Raiders. We are on our way out. And again, I really love looking at the terminal here in Thessaloniki. That's really pretty amazing to see. This is one of the terminals that I definitely want to go and see someday. You did the 747-300 from Taipei. You did KATL, the 742. How did your landing go? I'll bet that was fun. There's the crew line. I think we're just going to stop here. You know what? Minus 300 at KATL, I think is great, Boozy Sheep. In a wide body like that, I think that's a great one. Way to go. Ben says likes the IAE screaming.
Continue via Alpha 4, Charlie, stand number 8.
Parking brakes are set. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. Sparky, I actually, yeah, it's one of my favorite airplanes in the sim. It's one of the best that you can get. I think it's really good. And there is our crew chief. Bye, crew chief. Thank you. Have a groovy day. All right, we're sort of facing south. I think that's about as good as this is going to get on Charlie. Thessaloniki ground, hello again, Aegean 441, facing sort of south on Charlie, pushed and started, and requesting taxi.
Aegean 441, taxi via Delta, Foxtrot, holding point, Foxtrot 9, runway 28.
Aegean 441, we are going to runway 28 via Delta, Foxtrot, holding point, Foxtrot 8 for Aegean 441.
Aegean 441, confirm Foxtrot 9er.
Ooh, Foxtrot 9. Sorry about that. I saw the 8 up there. Foxtrot 9 after Delta and Foxtrot for Aegean 441. All right, so we're over here. Delta, Foxy, and Foxy 9. Ready to go? All right, let's go ahead, and we're going to do a nose light. Oh, we didn't do the beacon. Let's turn off GSX so that that's not bugging us. Let's do a cabin call. Let the cabin know that we're going to start rolling the airplane around. Let's see, we're done with the APU. And we're done with the bleed and the APU. We'll turn those off. I need to do a quick set of control checks. I forgot that. And elevators. Up and down, right and left. We can do those. Ailerons work. Trim's going to be down 0.2. Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are going to be armed. And auto brakes off. Taxi light is on. Parking brakes are off. Hi, Tug. What are you doing over there? Hello, Tug. What's this? Okay. I don't know what beverages they have in their in the Tug compartment, but they need to share. I don't know. It's probably a little early in the day for Uzu. Probably it's Mythos time right now. Okay, so we're kind of coming down here, and we're going to look for taxiway Foxtrot and Foxtrot 9. Passengers getting a great view of the terminal. That was a red ball Tug. I don't know what Tug it was, but something was weird. All right. I don't see... Can't see that taxi sign. Ah, look at that. Charlie Bravo, Charlie Bravo. That looks a little weird. I think we want to turn over here. That's weird. Okay, let's come on around and just go this way. Dead Game Time doesn't fly a lot of X-Plane 12, but you bought the Flight Factor. Oh, anything from Flight Factor is going to be worth the money for sure. Yeah, the scenery is a little bit off. It's old. That's right. This is probably, the scenery is probably from the day that before the second runway opened, right? I'm guessing that's it. Manaphy did some flying today. Where'd you go, Manaphy? So yeah, that's probably just old. Thanks, LGAF Tower. They've got a pretty big cargo operation, I believe, at this airport too. So if you're looking for some Mediterranean cargo hops, that would be a good. This is a great place to fly out of. Hi, November 321. Dead game time. I did have the 7.5 and the
Aegean
7...
441, contact tower 118.105, bye-bye.
118.105 for Aegean 441. Thank you for some nice ATC and have a wonderful weekend. Thessaloniki Tower, Kalispera from Aegean 441 on taxiway Foxtrot going to Foxtrot 9. Fully ready. Good evening, Cracker. I had the 7.5 and the 7.6. The A320 from Flight Factor was always a little bit too heavy for me. 118.105, 118.105. And I never had any of their 777s, but I feel like they had to have been good. But the A320 was just way too heavy on frame rates for me. Takeoff config check is good. Predictive wind shear is on. And this is going to be Foxtrot 9. Thessaloniki Tower, Aegean 441 is holding short of runway 28, fully ready. Uh-oh, I wonder if the voice servers are bad. Okay, do I not know how to tune a radio? It's probably me. I'm an idiot. All right, 118.105, right? Let's see here. Nope, 118.105. Do I have the radio turned up? I do. Maybe the servers are bad again. We'll just do it text-wise. Okay, we'll just do it that way. I think the voice servers are down. No, it's not the KD Pilot app. The KD Pilot app is in good shape. Matt, good Abend back to Germany. Is it still super duper cold where you are? I mean, it's been really, really cold. I just tried to do this via text. Oh man, this is too bad because we've got both ground and tower, I think, went online just for us today. All right, we got clearance for takeoff. Let's go. Throttling up, and it's time to go. I think the voice servers are probably having another issue today. Let's see, strobes going on. Landing lights are ready. Final cabin call. We're serious about doing that flying thing. Oh, Matt, you're north of Hamburg? Yeah, super cold there. Let's see, Anto, B77 is checking in from Italy. Hey, welcome, welcome. Ciao, and thank you for coming by today. And landing lights going on. And I think it's time for flying. Throttles up about halfway. Here come the throttles. And engines are stable. Elapsed time is going on. And let's go. Manual flex. SRS is set. Auto thrust is blue. If you're wondering what all that is, that's the stuff here along the top of the primary flight display. And we're coming over here with 100 knots. Our Cassius has just followed the channel. Welcome aboard. And V1 and rotate. Let's fly. Positive climb, gear going up. We're climbing a little steeply. Don't want to end up going into the water here. Idle Fury, welcome, welcome. So Idle Fury, there has been a problem. Apparently, they're being weird about music again. Something is wrong. So I've had to turn off VODs, Idle Fury. That being said, there are VODs available over on YouTube. So all of the VODs are over on YouTube. And here comes the little S, and slats and flaps going up. That's the problem. And all right, looking good, and out we go. 13,000 feet. Let's come on over here. Go to the Phoenix app, and we're going to refresh the arrival data. This is a short flight. Weather not available? What? What do you mean weather not available? It's probably the airport's closed. It's nighttime now. Okay, everything looks good here. We'll clear that page. Contact the tower earlier and they give you the weather. Actually, that's the first time I've ever had an issue like this. Except for some airports, lights can go off. There are several places that we can go and get weather, though. It always happens in Skiathos. Really? Let's see. Altimeters, standard, standard, and standard. And speed brakes disarmed. Flaps are up. Landing gear is up. After takeoff items are good. Dusty, Atlanta to... Oh, wow, that's the first time I've had the little freak out thing with the cameras here in the Phoenix. It's not just a PMDG thing. It's not just a PMDG thing. It just did the freak out in the Phoenix. Okay, let's come over here and start up this app. We'll come in and just load the plan in. This is the Navigraph app. Let's go to Skiathos weather, and here is the latest weather for Skiathos. Hey Hayden, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in today. So there is a place that you can go get the weather when weather's being bratty and stuff. And then we don't need those charts anymore, so we can turn that off. November 321. Yeah, the voice servers are bad. Freak Out in Phoenix is Will's name, band's name. Will, that's a great name for a band. Do you spell the word freak with PH instead of F? Seatbelts can go off for a little bit. And away we go. And see, it already wants destination data. It's that short of a flight. And altimeter is 1004. 1004. Temperature is 16 degrees. The wind is 270 at 10. 270 at 10. I'm going to guess transition is 5,500. And minimums for the arrival that we think that we're going to get are... Gotta see the runway at 1,600 feet. Otherwise, we're not legal to land. Then again, we are a bunch of spies, so, you know, anything goes, right? Passengers getting a great view today. Out over the Aegean. Next flight is Atlanta to Daytona Beach in the brand new PMDG 737-900. NASCAR, are you going to depart out of Charlotte today? Flight Sim Aviation. So to get the PMDG 737-900, PMDG, it's PMDG simulations. Now, important safety tip on this, okay? Let's say you've got the 737-900 and you bought it for Flight Simulator 2020, like I did, right? See all this stuff at the top? You must log into your account to get the discount. So if you don't want to pay full price for the airplane and you already bought it once, you've really got to do that. Now the thing is you look at the top over here and it's sort of like, well, where the hell do I log into? Well, don't worry. Just grab yourself a couple of cups of coffee and come down to the bottom where it says customer and sign in. Sign in there, and that's how you go and get the airplane. Be sure you do that before, okay? And yes, I was just bratty to them again about their couple of cups of coffee. Sorry, Jesus Saves just did a nice resub. Hey, welcome in. Is it super cold where you are? Or are you on the not so cold line? Jesus Saves is near Minneapolis. And 45-month resub. Thank you for a 45-month resub and really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. I'm going to re-turn on the alerts here. So yeah, after you've logged in, then you can go and get that airplane. So Manaphy, yeah, if you've got it and you want it for 2024, you absolutely need to sign in first, and you sign in at the bottom. Sign in down at the bottom, and then it's going to work for you. Yeah, could be there's just going to be no ATC. Exponent says the Starbucks Hocus Pocus Frappuccino is $13.90. So $13.90 times 2, which is a couple, is $27. Well, maybe that's what they drink, Exponent. Maybe they do the Hocus Pocus Frap, and that's how it adds up to about 30 bucks. Maybe that's the way it is. So if the voice servers are a problem, we can still just do it via text. We can fly by ourselves. We're going to do Atlanta to Daytona Beach. The beer run we always do on multiplayer. Yeah, we'll just drink the water. We'll just have water. We'll have a couple of bottles of Mythos. Probably not as expensive. Weather here has actually been very pleasant. I mean, it's almost 60 degrees again today. It was 65 yesterday, Fahrenheit. So it's ridiculously warm out there. And I'm really kind of... The snowpack is not what we normally expect here in Big Sky Country. And I don't know. There's going to be some pretty dry areas this summer. Your 29 is chilly? Wow, you're not even above freezing now. Okay, top of descent's coming up. So over the Skopelos VOR, we want to be 4,000 feet. So 4,000 feet. Now then, LGSK tower is 123.205. 123.205. We probably should have gone to 122.8 over here if we wanted to be good pilots, but clearly I'm in more of a pirate mode today than pilot mode. So 1228 for there. Okay. Water is not cheap either. Oh really? Is that really expensive? Will's temperature is 35 degrees Fahrenheit. That's right, we do get free rain. Jesus Saves is doing a job at doing a flight. You're landing at WSSS. How long was your flight today? Because I don't think there's any WSSS arrival that isn't long. All right, we probably need to close a route discontinuity. There we go. That looks great. Looks good. So we want to cross Skopelos VOR at 4,000 feet. Oh my gosh, you departed out of Memphis, so are you doing a big long cargo flight? Wow. All right, let's go to constraints. So let's see. Let's do a quick check and see what's happening in the exciting world of VATSIM. We have tower at Skopelos. At Skiathos here. And again, if you're looking for really, really great, okay, if voice servers are back, so voice servers back. So what we do is when you've got voice server problems, disconnect, turn it off, restart vPilot, and then log back on, and your voice server problems should be good. We are doing Atlanta to Daytona Beach, then we're doing a beer run, and then maybe something in Hawaii today. And now we can connect, and our voice servers should be groovy. If that's the proper word. Top of descent performance 2 miles. It's almost time to press the button. So we're going to make it a nice managed descent and press it. There we go. We did fly out of San Jose yesterday. We did a quick flight from San Jose down to San Diego, so I guess that was our big Super Bowl. But I've been super duper bratty about it all, and I've been talking, I've been doing Go Manchester United. I watched Day After Tomorrow a couple of days ago, and so, you know, there's all those guys at the top of the mountain in Scotland. They're all about ready to freeze to death because of the big winter hurricanes, and they're cheersing, you know, all sorts of stuff. And the guy at the end says, "To Manchester United." Okay. I always have to laugh at that. You know, if I were facing the same thing, I hope that I would, you know, say something like that. Nothing into California for the Super Bowl. Are you going to do a Super Bowl run today? Well, they had the Flyin VATSIM event yesterday. So we flew in yesterday. Manifee wants to go to K-Smurf. Sacramento, right? SMF? I wonder if anybody else calls it K-Smurf, or I'm the only one. All right, seatbelts going back on. 10,000 feet, landing lights. 10,000 foot cabin call. And this looks good. Falkenberger is back. Hi, Falkenberger. My settings are really simple in Flight Sim. Everything is basically medium, except for clouds, and clouds I've got set to ultra. And I've got a bunch of little stuff at the bottom, you know, stuff like ground traffic, fauna, you know, birds and boats and stuff like that. I have those turned off. And that's about it, Falkenberger. I try to keep it really simple. Tim Dog has made voice contact with DAB approach. LGSK Tower wants to talk to us now. 123.25. One, 2, 3, 205. 250? 250. I need to tune the radio correctly first. There we go. Yeah, that's about the only ultra setting that I do. And we're flight simming. We want terrain and object level of detail. I left those at default. Skiathos Tower, very good evening. Aegean 441 is 10 miles north of the Skopelos VOR with the latest weather, setting up for the locator for runway 1. Hi, Ace.
Yeah, 441, hello. Nearest unit 1008, wind variable 3 knots, runway use 01, report final.
1008 on the altimeter. We will report finals for runway 1, Aegean 441. I'm going to start slowing it down here. So speed's down to about 210. And I'm going to go, and we are in approach mode. Not quite 007, but we're close, right? And we'll bring in the map a last little click. So 4,000 feet coming over Skopelos Island. They've got a neat little boat dock over here. I figured this would be a great place for me to go and find a new spy condo apartment kind of a thing with a view of the water that looks across the bay to the island, to the airport. As if they have great internet. Okay, next altitude, we're going to let the airplane continue us down to 2,000 feet. That's right, QNH if it's 1007. I always like 007 on the altimeter. Captain Chris says it's pizza time. Always up for a little pizza. I don't get pizza as often as I crave it, but it's always a good time for pizza. And next speed is going to be 180. Airplane really is not doing a very good job of slowing down. We're going to need some speed brakes here, kids. Flight attendant, seats for landing. That's right, we need to slow. Well, I knew I had about 10 miles for my slowdown after the VOR, so I knew it could probably handle it, but it's a slippery little Airbus, so of course, you know that it's going to need a little bit of speed brake. So we do have speed brakes out here. Always good to see the speed brakes working, and as you can see, the stuff underneath the speed brakes is modeled too, which just blows me away. All the little things that they modeled in this. Flaps 1, let's use the flaps to help us slow down a little bit too. Gear. Hi, Potato Lazy. Happy Sunday. Welcome on in. Gear coming down. Flaps 2. There's 180 on the turn. That actually worked out pretty good. Speed brakes. Armed. Auto brakes. Medium. And everything's looking good here. Airplane's still on the descent path just fine. T-Bird. Yep, planning to do some Air Berlin ops tomorrow. We're departing Nuremberg for Copenhagen on vectors to Copenhagen. So perfect for some Air Berlin chocolate hearts.
2,500.
Scope Tower, hello again. Aegean 441 at 2,500 feet. We're making the turn to final for runway 01 right now.
Aegean 441, roger, wind calm, runway 01, clear to land.
Runway 01, clear to land, calm winds for Aegean 441. They are eating the dogs. Hey, welcome in on YouTube. They are eating the dogs. No need for a pan yet, but it's kind of close. That is a great name on YouTube, and welcome. All right, everything looks good. We're right on our descent path, looking great. 185 at FQ01, and then slow down. This is a slightly offset arrival. And if you've got like Windows 10, one of the startup screens that you can get for Windows 10 shows a biplane by some islands. I'm not sure, but I think that's where that picture was taken. I think that's where the picture was taken with these islands around Skiathos. All right, autopilot's had too much fun. AP's off. Captain's got the airplane. And speed to land.
100 above.
Captain Chris, we are watching out for alligators. LGAV Tower, pro tip. That little island ahead, if you fly over it, you're on the final approach for runway 10. So you're talking about the one off to the left? So we're going to go ahead and take the tower. So we're going to do a gentle turn. Which Rita 2, thank you for the follow. I got the airport, I got the runway. Flaps are 3, flaps are full, gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes, we're groovy to land. We are a little bit offset, aren't we? And there was a time at LGAV Tower that I used to be freaked out by these offsets and stuff. And then I did about 100 flights into Kingston, Jamaica, which is an offset ILS, and I'm not afraid of them anymore. In fact, I love a nice little turn to final. Little off to the side, but we'll correct that pretty quick. Probably ought to get back in the cockpit. Not the best place to anchor your sailboat with a tall mast here.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their
India 441, backtrack runway 19er, vacate Alpha 1, taxi Alpha, stand number 3.
Stand number 3, backtracking runway 1 and Alpha to number 3 for Aegean 441. Thank you. That felt
Thank
like
you, bye-bye.
a great landing. I think we may have left a lot of garlic butter all over this Greek runway. I think that was a nice runway. Hey, there's the Ryanair there. Yeah, I think there might be some zero. What do you mean yellow flags? Oh, because of my unsportsmanlike celebration? Well, yeah, it's the spy flight. If I'm lucky enough to get some butter on the runway, I'm gonna be, you know, I think the official term is insufferable about that sort of thing. Okay, looking good here. Come on, landing lights. And stand 4, I think stand number 3 is next to that. Either that or yes, here in Greece it's olive oil. Although the first thing that Sibi, that I ever learned to, you know, from food, from Sibi was how to make, you know, the proper amount of garlic to make really good garlic butter and a little bit of salt in it, and it's really, really good. Hey John, welcome aboard. A little bit beyond, but that's okay. All right, airplane looks really good. APU should be coming up here. And let's come on down here. And we're gonna get off the radar scope. And so standby and standby. Come back here and I reset the rudder trim to be nice to the next pilots. Turn on the APU bleed and engine number 1
New recruits
and
detected.
engine number 2.
Welcome aboard,
Those
agent.
can go off
Stay
there.
sharp.
While we're waiting for the engines to spin down, we're going to do fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's come on over here. 3, 2, and 1, the ADIRs go off. Crew supply of oxygen. By now we can do the beacon. Do the seat belts. Come on down here. Deboard the passengers, but this time we're going to need to go to the Phoenix app and get some stairs. We'll get a GPU, open our doors, and we made it. Nobody was hurt. All right, let's see if my unsportsmanlike celebration is warranted. How did we do? There was our approach. Minus 13. Minus 13. 1.13 Gs. Minus 13. Am I reading that correctly? Minus 13. 1.3. 1.3. How far down the runway was I? Let's review. Yeah, that is like really good quality butter. So let's see how far the touchdown point was. I think we were probably in the zone. I think that we were probably in the zone. I think we were in the touchdown zone just fine. I think that was a great landing rate. I think unsportsmanlike celebration is good. It's a little more because it's an upslope. Oh, okay. Volanta is not going to calculate because look at the satellite image. Yeah, let's look at that instead. Let's see. 3D mode, satellite mode. Let's do that instead. All right, let's go and do it this way and see how far off we were. I was just barely beyond the little lines there. I think we were just barely beyond the lines there. I mean, we were so close to the touchdown point, and minus 13, like I said, the insufferable, unsportsmanlike celebration will continue ad nauseum for the rest of the day. Sorry about that. That was a great flight. I know, I should really screenshot this because, some people are going to come into chat like, Poliot, JSG Droid, few other people and say, oh no, that could have never happened. Oh well. I think we made it. What a great flight. Okay, so here we are. We are at the Greek island of Skiathos. This time next week, we're going to be right back here at Skiathos. And we're going to continue probably on down to Athens or go over to Corfu or something like that from Skiathos. And we just take the same airplane and we kind of pick up from where we left off and we go around. Mostly it's around the Aegean. We'll go over onto the west side and go over there. So that is going to be great. So that's what we'll do when we go and do our departure Sunday, and that's our first flight tomorrow, okay? Hey, Loviz got minus 1.3. I got a minus 13. A great landing rate. There's all sorts of very, very high quality Greek butter all over this landing. All over this runway. Just a ton of really great butter. A little bit of sea salt and a little bit of garlic mixed in for flavor. Just a great flight. But our next flight is Atlanta to Daytona Beach, taking the brand new 737-900, a very nice gift from Loviz. So, I should just shut down the sim, turn off the live stream, and say, thank you very much for watching, and not try to land again, because you know what's going to happen at our next flight, right? It's going to be, really, really bad. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. But no, it was a great flight. Really enjoyed it. And a really nice ATC. We had ground, we had towers at both airports. Thank you for the nice ATC coming in. I'm currently swapping out stuff. It's time to swap out the autopilot.
Detected.
And we'll go and get that going in.
Stay sharp.
Star Lugo is back. Hi, Star Lugo. Agent Haramosa. Did I get part of that right? Somebody brand new. Demos, we will be back next week. Again, one of my favorite places to fly that I've never been, so we'll be there. Now it's Daytona time. That's right. This is 500 minutes of Daytona.
Bits intercepted.
And
Intel
ELP
secured.
just
Every
did
bit
some
helps.
cheers.
Thanks, Agent.
Hey, ELP, thanks for the cheers. Thanks for the great touchdown. It felt wonderful. It really did. I mean, I don't usually get landing rates like that. I hardly ever. All right, let's go and see what's going on. By the way, we've also had some issues with, we've also had a couple of issues with the voice servers, so be ready for anything. Fundraiser to visit Greece for a week. Maybe someday, if I keep working at this live streaming and YouTubing thing, maybe I'll be able to do that someday. Let's see. Visual approaches, runway 7 left in use. So 07 left is going to be our arrival runway. 07 left. So that's at Daytona Beach there. Up here, there is no ATC in the Atlanta area, but what we could do is do digital ATIS and get the weather there. So, or, I don't know if there's other people already at the gate. The other thing we could do is Charlotte up. Raleigh-Durham is up. We were talking about maybe Raleigh-Durham has a little bit of ATC. Greenville-Spartanburg has a little bit.
Subscriber confirmed.
I don't
Top
see
clearance
Charlotte
granted,
up or
agent.
anything like that.
Loyalty noted.
Dom T Gaming just gifted a sub to Danish DK. Hey, that was really nice. Thank you, Dom T Gaming. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Loviz, I'm in Atlanta. Let's just go to Atlanta. We can do that. Let's make it chill out and go to Atlanta. And let's go and see what we've got. So Digital ATIS, Hotlanta. And what do we have? Simultaneous departures, 26 left, 27 right. So 26 left or 27 right. So let's do a little bit. Dom T Gaming, beer cheers to you. I should actually have a sip of the tea too, right? Okay, so we got a little rabbit hole we could jump in. When you're doing a departure out of Atlanta, they have specific runways that they want you to use. And there's a little graphic that you can snag off of your charts, and I've got a picture of it here. And it's the Atlanta Departure Guide. And it should be popping up. Here we go. So here's the departure guide. And if you're doing dual departures on the runway, so make it a little bit bigger. Based on what your SID is going to be, it tells you which runway you should plan on here. They also do the same thing at Charlotte. So that's kind of what we get. It's a south departure, so it's probably going to be either Smaltz or Varsity, those two departures. But let's see what it's got for us, okay? So let's pop on in and do a new flight. Dom T Gaming is getting new WinWing gear tomorrow. Good luck with your WinWing gear. I know you're going to like it. I really like my WinWing gear. All right, KATL, Atlanta, KDAB, Daytona Beach. We're going to take the 737-900. So B739. Thank you, Loviz. I did fire it up yesterday and it worked, so we don't have to wait for all sorts of stuff. And I have a Delta Airlines. I know it's an ER, but I just got the single class. I probably should have chosen that based on what kind of tanks are aboard, but I didn't have a chance to look at it yet. Okay, so the next thing that we do is come down to the flight plan and see what they gave us. And it says Varsity 3. So over here on our groovy little chart, so Varsity is a south departure. So for a south and east departure, we use 27 right. That's the runway we use. So now let's come up here and see if it gave us 27 right. It did. But guess what? Back in the day, it usually gave me the complete opposite of this. So I think that they fixed it. Anyway, there you go. They get really annoyed when people don't read the chart. CT Aviation. Oh yeah, I remember. I was one of the people they got irritated with, and I learned the hard way, and now we know. And so that's how it is that you select your runway and be prepared for it. So 27 right, we are landing 07 left. It got that right. This is a big VATSIM event, so I'm going to board 30 minutes of VATSIM fuel. So 30 minutes of VATSIM fuel. And everything looks great. Generate the flight. While we're done generating the flight, let's go get the flight simulator. Here we go. Let's see. Captain Chris is getting thrust levers, AGP, and ECAM tomorrow. You just got the info from FedEx. Oh, Captain Chris, I know you're going to like it. It's really good. Really good stuff. Really nice quality stuff. I hope that the drama here in the United States sorts itself so that maybe someday we can start purchasing from them too. Now that you just tell you in the PDC, yeah, that's right, they do. They tell you to go to the north or south end of the ramp. That's right, they do tell you that now. Current plan. All right, let's come over here, and I'm going to make a copy of my current flight plan. If you'd like to access it, you can get a copy of the PDF in chat. by doing !flight plan. And I'm also going to change the title. And now let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. You are off tomorrow, so you set your alarm at 9 a.m. because FedEx will need a signature. Yeah, I'm glad that you're going to do that. Glad that you're going to be there to catch it. I recently missed one of their shipments, and that was too bad. And flight plan is filed, but it took a while. T-Bird says we ought to do a cargo flight today with Wilson volleyballs. Okay, I think we're all filed there. And we've got Digital ATIS. Let's keep this up here. That way we've got the information. I'll put that in chat for your flight notes. All right, Atlanta. Here we are. I know how much you like some of our flight simulator rabbit holes, so while we're waiting for the sim to load, let's jump down another rabbit hole. Let's go to a flight tracker. The one I use is FlightAware. You could also use Flight Radar 24, and we're going to search for a flight, and we're going to search by route. And what we're going to do is go KATL Atlanta, KDAB Daytona Beach, and hit search. And these are flights from Atlanta to Daytona Beach. And here are 737-900s going to Daytona Beach. And so what we're going to do is look at the gates. We're going to depart from a gate like Charlie. So Charlie 43 is a departure gate. And an arrival gate is 006. So that's how you can get gate information. And that way you know what gates might be good. Now we can come down here and look and see where Charlie 46 is. So that's up here like this. And now you can go and choose a gate. So there's another little flight sim rabbit hole you can hop down and enjoy that. Sunjammer's here. Hi, Sunjammer. Sunjammer, you will be happy to know that there was a very successful departure out of Thessaloniki today. No, nobody went into the drink. Oh, and by the way, the arrival into Thessaloniki, it was very, very low double digits as far as a landing rate. So you need to know that I'm a bit insufferable today and doing all sorts of unsportsmanlike celebration. Until, as Loviz pointed out, since don't have the sense to stop flying right now, I'll probably have a bad landing rate going into the other airport. And let's bump this up. But I hope your day's going good. Yellow cards, Charles Yerkes, Captain Renault, and laughing. Very good. Yeah, exactly what I need. Black Dog landed in San Francisco from Boston. Black Dog did a 6-hour flight. It's a lot of flying, Black Dog. Okay, Atlanta to Daytona Beach. Flight plan. We don't need that information anymore. Got the gates, and everything's good. Let's see, do I still have... No, we don't need that. We needed the weather. Okay, let's put in departure weather there just so we've got it. Okay, notes are good. We don't need this flight plan anymore because we'll get that from the electronic flight bag. And I think we are 100% caught up and ready to do flying things. A 6-hour flight from San Francisco to Boston. At least you were going the right way. If you'd been going the opposite way, it would probably been a 7 to 8 hour flight. Potato Lazy is going KTEX in the Gulf Stream. Your Potato Lazy, that's Telluride is to KTEX, right? I think that there's a lot of airports in Texas that wish they had that IC Cows code. So KTEX in the Gulf Stream C650. I hope the skiing's still good at Telluride this year. I haven't heard an awful lot about the Colorado Ski Country USA stuff. Let's see. We are not going to need the FMC. And we are going to need SimApp Pro, though. Yep, no FMC needed on this flight. But we do have a Boeing autopilot, and that's on and ready to go. Let's see, let's hit the disengage bar and put the flight directors back down. Is there a good G650 available for Flight Sim 2024? I don't know. I am not sure. I've never looked into that. So if you have a G650, Gulfstream 650, right? I'm not sure. The only Gulfstream that I think we all have ever, maybe taken a second to look for has been the one that Goldfinger was flying around in the James Bond movie. And I don't think that one of those is out. Let's see. This is a Boeing. We need the throttles to be not in Airbus mode, but in Boeing mode. One way that you could check is just do a Google search. So MSFS. Gulfstream G650. Flight Sim TO says there's a longitude here. Potato Lazy says there's a couple of freeware and some in development, but nothing going on. And Landy says, nope, no Gulfstreams available due to issues with the aircraft manufacturer not allowing simulation replicas of the Gulfstream. Well, fine, if they're going to be bratty like that, we don't want their silly airplane. I didn't realize that. So, Landy, they don't want their airplane? Eric is checking in over on YouTube. Hi, Eric. Boeing or Airbus? Tough to say. Had a great landing in the Airbus, so we're going to switch over to a Boeing on this one. We're going to try the new 737-900 and see how this works. Got the ATR working recently, too. I wonder if the ATR could land in St. Bart's. It's split scimitars 900 ER. And save and go back. T-Bird, always here with fun emotes. Good morning and welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday. And let's go to Atlanta. KATL, Hotlanta. Loviz says, okay, we have actually taken the ATR on a beer run. Okay. All right. Charlie Concourse. And start the flight. Let's wait till the map loads. I don't know. I don't remember it. And I guess, since I don't remember it, I don't know if it was tragic or not either. All right, start. Well, Poliot famously did the A400 on one of our beer runs, and that worked. All right, Atlanta's loading in. Somebody, by the way, is finally working on a decent payware of Atlanta. CJ Simulations is working on a Global 750. It would be the similar vibe as the C650. I wonder if the Jetway is going to make it out to this airplane. The Jetways don't work very well at the Atlanta airport. And there is our Delta. And let's do Shift C. Get in the cockpit. And it's going to sit and buzz at us. You can see the yoke is kind of off to the side like this. That's right. Will it take 500 minutes to get to Daytona? I don't think so. And we can start VATSIM. I know, Captain Chris, I actually think it's really cool that Delta does the little trading card thing. I'm seriously, I mean, you know, most people, you know, an airplane is a bus with wings and they just care about getting there. But if you're one of those people that loves airplanes and stuff like that, I think the idea of them doing trading cards is brilliant. I really, that's a good idea. You know, that along with like, you know, with something like, you know, well, the trading cards, I think, is a good idea for sure. Okay, everything looks good to go here. And we can open the door and take a look at our cabin. The cabin looks really nice. We've got a first-class cabin here. Oh, look at that. The door's open. I don't think the jetway's really in place, though. Oh, it's got stairs out. Let's come on over here and start up the iPad. Go to ground operations, and we'll just get rid of the stairs. Okay, so what this will do is the stairs will go away, and it'll close the door. Hey, looks like that Delta's pushing back. Hi, Delta. Happy landings. All right, now that those are gone, let's request ground power. And let's request the jetway. See if the jetway's going to come. Spirit started to do trading cards as well? I didn't know that Spirit did that. United has trading cards. You, Potato Lazy got the 737 MAX card on your last flight? Really? There comes our jetway. There comes the jetway. Come over here and probably close the door after the stairs were gone. Make sure that that bar is gone, is disconnected. That'll blow the slides. And you can open the door again. And we've got a jetway. I didn't know that United did trading cards too. That's actually pretty cool. Okay, all of this looks good. And we got one door open. We'll disarm the rest of our doors. All right, let's see. I set this up yesterday. Let's see if I have to reset up my passwords and stuff today. Request data from SimBrief. Oh, look, we don't have to. How about that? Let's get Navigraph. Edgar is first time over on YouTube. You need to do a flight map or a list with all the past flights you've made. Boy, that's going to look like a real bowl of spaghetti. Been doing this for a while. Man, Edgar, that would really be quite the flight. That would be quite the map. All right, let's go ahead and grab some charts here for a second here. Let's do departure and airports. We're going to do gates and airport. And our departure is going to be the varsity departure. Varsity 3. And let's grab that. It's a cool little program, especially when they have kids visit the cockpit as a keepsake. See, those are the kinds of things. I still remember a trip to the cockpit that my younger sister and I got to go and do a long time ago. I mean, we were both kids and stuff like that. And I remember that trip to the cockpit. It was a Continental 727. And it was really, really great. So kids remember those things. And I kind of feel like, you know, those are the kinds of things that you remember and kind of shape you a little bit. So, yeah, I think that the trading cards are a great idea. And it would definitely be something to keep going and doing. Polyot's here. Aloha. Mahalo for coming in today. Happy beach day. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming in. Oh my gosh, you missed a massive amount of butter on the Greek island hop landing. Like minus 13. It was such a great landing. It was an incredible landing. I will be insufferable about it for the rest of the day. There will be massive amounts of unsportsmanlike celebration. Bring me all the, coffee and bagels in the land, or whatever Josh Lyman said a long time ago. 7 left is going to be our arrival into Daytona Beach. And we've got 7 left is what they're doing. And let's put a pin in it. And we're going to do airport and gates. Go to pinned, and everything should be set up. So, well, we didn't get everything we wanted, did we? Let's go to search, and we need to get that Atlanta chart. Now we should have everything we need. So airports, we've got parking gates. We've got that. And that looks good too. Landing elevation is 34 feet, so we'll need 50. SID, the varsity departure. The star is the Thor arrival. And we're going to pick it up at Kyleg. Kyleg here to Thor. And then we're going to come on down here, and we're going to probably go to the east and in here for landing. And then once we get to there, it's going to be 7 left, and the terminal's right there. So we'll try to exit at, I would imagine the high speed is November 7, but if there's a lot of people, they'd like us to get off as quick as possible. So that all looks good. Let's go ahead and turn on the airplane, turn off the music, turn up the sound, because we have got Boris sounds for this airplane. And here's the on switch. Battery on, and guard it so you don't turn it off. Now we've got ground power available. On. Slide over, do emergency exit lights, and guard that. And come on down a little more. Position lights to steady. Fuel pump for an APU. Come on up here. Let's do windshield heaters on. And let's start up the navigation stuff. Turn up the dial here on the display. And nav and nav. And that looks good. We've got fuel. Let's start up the APU. APU is starting. And FMC. Navigation data. October 5th through November 2nd. Nav data is out of date. Panic. Not. Go to the little disk there. No Navigraph data. Install it via the tablet. Let's see. Loviz says hi. Polyot says hi. Boris sounds don't work with the 900. Oh, these aren't Boris sounds. Oh, they kind of sounded good to me. ZLP7 unlocked on emote, and Captain Chris says life jackets. We need all the life jackets we can get here. These aren't the Boris sounds? Boy, that's a little embarrassing. I wasn't able to tell. It's the new default sounds, but Boris is going to update soon. Okay. It sounded really good, I thought. All right. Now then, we'll turn music back on. I mean, if it's not Boris sounds. Navigation data, January 22nd through February 19th of 2026. Good. They said the Boris update for the 900 will be out soon. Not exactly the word you want to use in flight sim. KATL, Hotlanta. And gate is Chuckles 42. Not in, how is gate Charlie 42 not in the database at Atlanta? I'm sorry. It's time for some attitude about that. Did you see the Hughes cockpit texture pack? I've heard about the texture pack. I think Loviz may have it. Or Polyot. Loviz or Polyot has cockpit textures and says it makes a big difference. I flew the 777 the other day. It seemed fine, but maybe it's something to look into. Route. Put Atlanta up there. And request the plan. Loviz hasn't tried it, so it must have been Polyot that was telling me about that. Must have been Polyot telling me about that one. Okay, Atlanta to DAB. That was weird. That wasn't normal. Route uplink ready. Load. Potato Lazy says the cockpit textures helps with performance and it looks good. So you might say, Potato Lazy, it's like the beer commercial. It tastes great, but it's less filling. PMDG didn't optimize it. I guess. I'm surprised. Okay, do we have a flight plan? Yeah, that looks good. Activate and execute. Cool. And let's do departure and arrival. So 27 right. 27 right. And it's the varsity departure. Via Noki. And engage. And arrival. 7 left on the Thor arrival. We're coming in via Kyleg. I think it's Kyleg. And OMN or Smyra. I don't know. That's why you get these in advance, so you can look them up. So at the end of Thor, it's going to put us out at Bikes. And the beginning of the ILS. Okay, Smyra's on the south side. I don't think we'll want that. And Hanev's on the north side. I'm going to imagine that they don't want that. We can plug it in later, but let's not do that transition to start. Loviz has used the weathered cockpit for the MGs in 2020, and you like the weathered cockpit a lot. So it basically shows that some of the paint's been rubbed off of this and that and stuff. Uh-oh, autopilot didn't engage. Autopilot's not engaging. Might need to restart SimApp Pro. Let's try it again. Autopilot is not connecting to the sim today. The autopilot's being a brat. We can't have that. It was working last night. I tested this out. Let's try and start again. That's 2 restarts of SimApp Pro. That's 2 restarts of SimApp Pro. Let's try and start it and then reconnect. Okay. It's registering something, but it's still not engaging. It's still not connecting. Yeah, SimApp not pro today. It's being a brat. Oh, boy. Okay, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. We just won't use it today. That's okay. I can point and click too. We'll just do it that way. I'm not sure why it's being a problem. Let's go and fly. Okay, so we've got the departure and the arrival set up. And all that looks good. Let's go and do route and performance in it. Let's see. Your Mobi flight is working with both the flight control unit and the FMS. I don't think I've got any of the stuff set up for the 737 NGs. Otherwise, I'd switch. Abelar's the SimApp Pro map. Here is a link at the bottom of the screen.
Reinforcements incoming.
Hey, DeLorean's here. Hi,
joining the
DeLorean.
spy flight.
I hope that your flux capacitor is working just fine and that you've got plenty of vegetables for your new atomic reactor. Welcome in, DeLorean. Thanks for coming by today. Click the VATSIM radar. That's what you want. Leave the autopilot on, then close SimApp Pro and restart it and let the app settle for 10 seconds. Okay, so leave the autopilot. So turn the autopilot on. Okay, autopilot is on. So we're going to turn on the autopilot and then close SimApp Pro and restart it. I'm just going to restart it from here. Welcome in, DeLorean. Thanks for the raid. Hi, Raiders. Okay, so leave it on. But, okay, what we're going to do is Captain Chris says it's on. And then Captain Chris says leave it all on and do a restart. So we're going to try it again. I'm going to turn it off from down here. All right, so there it is there. And let's restart it. And restarted it with it on. And then you said, let it sit for 10 seconds. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope, it's just not going to do it. It's just not going to do it. Let's go and fly. We don't need that. We don't need it. Let's just give it a break. That's okay. I don't know. Carol is back in chat. Welcome on in. All right, so let's see. Where are we here? Let's do our numbers and do airplane things. It's okay, Captain Chris. I'm not sure. You know, if I were to go and probably restart the sim, it would work, but we don't need to. We can go and just fly. Let's see. Did I plug it into the right one? Yep, I plugged it into the right one, so it's not that. Cost index is 20. Cost index is 20. Fortunately, this airplane is actually really pretty easy to fly. 35,000 feet is going to be our altitude. Cruise winds are 290 at 81. 290 at 81 knots. Reserves are at the bottom. And reserves are 4.6. And that goes there. Zero fuel weight is up here. And that's going to be 128.575. So 128.6, right? 149.3. This is pounds. 128.5. That isn't even close. Loviz got a new cable for your FCU. So when it came to the bad cable, you just decided to say FCU to the bad cable and got a new one, and it's great, right? Probably not the best joke in the world. Maybe it needs an update for the... It worked yesterday. I did power up the airplane then. Patton says spy hat. We need a spy hat. There we go. All spy hatted up and ready to go. No, I turned SimApp Pro on to check. Did this do this in pounds or what's going on? No, it did this in pounds. Okay. Well, it says my zero fuel weight should be 128.5. The airplane says... The airplane actually loaded
top clearance granted.
149.3. Something's wrong. Black Dog's back with a resub for 25 months. Thanks, Black Dog. Welcome aboard and thank you for coming in. Let's do fuel and payload over here and see what we got. Because something's not right. So total fuel should be 14,906. Well, that's not right. 14906 is supposed to be fuel. Okay, there's fuel. Payload. I'm supposed to be zero fuel weight. Is supposed to be 128.575. So 128. There's our zero fuel weight. Okay. There's our numbers now. I don't know why it didn't work. Black Dog, thanks for the resub. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on and being in here. Now let's try zero fuel weight again. 128.6, that's correct. It didn't load. Something's weird about the loading on this. All right. That looks really good. APU is up and running. Passengers are aboard. We need to turn on the bleed. And we need to turn on the packs. The passengers are probably getting a little steamy back there. And that's never good. Let's come on down and do departure weather here. Altimeter is 3024. So 3024 on the altimeter. And of course it always goes over. .3024 on the altimeter. I did have to update the SDK file for the 900 to get your FMC to work. So it would communicate with Python and MobiFlight. Captain Chris, yes, Loviz said no, I needed to update it, and Loviz did a very nice donation and said, hey, you need to update it. So I did. This is because Loviz was being very nice. I am, like you said, I'm happy with my 737-800, but Loviz said I needed the 900, so that's some being very nice. That's why. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's come on over here and do departure perf. Performance. We are departing off of 27 right. 27 right. Import from the aircraft. Import the weather. 3024 looks good. ZLP7. Yep, a very nice Air Berlin chocolate heart on that. And a little bit of tea. And let's do calculate. All right, so takeoff -2 and the selected temperature is 50. Takeoff's going to be flaps 5. It always is. Center of gravity is 24.6. 24.7. Let's do some rounding. Jose Carlos says something doesn't work anymore. What isn't working? Your altimeter is set to 3023. It should be 3024. It is 3023. 3024. Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Jose, what's not working for you anymore? Okay, all of this looks good. Speeds for takeoff, 144, 145, 148. 144. 145. 48. 144, 145, 148, right? Yep. 148. That looks good. 10,000 feet's our initial climb clearance on this departure. Let's go to ground operations and get the APU generators online. Disconnecting ground power. Get the rest of our fuel pumps ready to pump fuel. And close the doors and go. So let's close that main door. And we'll arm our doors for departure. Doors are armed for departure. Let's come on back in and also release ground power and release the jetway. Sometimes you have to click it a second time to get rid of it. Sometimes you have to click it a third time to get rid of it. Sean, I
Overt
appreciate that.
drop
Thank you.
received. Support logged, Agent.
Good evening,
Much
Ollie.
appreciated.
Some nice jet fuel for your new 737-900. Happy landings.
Ollie, thank you so much. And let's see. Agent Captain Chris just did a dono. Thank you, Agent Captain Chris. Thank you for the extra support and helping me to keep this going. Oh, the jetway has disconnected. The jetway's not in a convenient pace. Super nice of you. Thank you, Agent Captain Chris. That was awesome. Thank you. Every little bit like that helps. Always like to put that right back into the spy flight. Let's come on down here. Oh, did I see Captain Sibby showed up? Hey, Sibby. Hey, you ought to go to Skiathos, Sibby. If you do, you're going to find all sorts of really, really great Greek garlic butter with a little sea salt in it all over the runway. Landing rate was so smooth this morning, -13. Almost right on this touchdown point too. So I'm being really, really annoying about that today. The runway slope at Telluride's a little bit. Yes, it is. I do need a little fuel for that. Thanks, Captain Chris. Thank you for the extra help and helping me to keep things going on here. Remove the chocks. Yeah, I did do that, Sibby. Let's see. The Heathenator. Yes, it only lasted 3 days. Welcome to the spy flight, but you knew that that's the way it was going to be, right? All right, over to charts, over to the airport here at Hotlanta. We are going to be on 27 right. That's going to be 275 degrees. .275 degrees. Okay, altimeters are set. Speed, heading altitude. Flight directors going on. I'll be honest, that's rubbish. What, my landing rate or my silly excuses about airplanes and stuff? Auto ATC says we should squawk 7202. 7202 and transponder going on. Let's do cabin signs. Let's do hydraulic pumps. And I think we're ready to go. Oh, the airplane landing. Oh, you thinking that it was butter? Hey, it's over in my Volanta, minus 13. It was an absolutely beautiful landing. I'm of course being very foolish at the moment because Loviz said I should just wrap up the live stream, not fly again for the rest of the day. But you know I'm not smart enough to do that, right? We need CTAF. We are in the US, so .ctaf space KATL, Hotlanta. That's I don't have VODs over on Twitch anymore, Sibby. I do have VODs on YouTube. CTAF is 119.1. 119.1. 119.1. There we go. The VODs were a problem because, you know, the spy song that I play all the time to start the live stream, they were counting that as a copy, as a bad music copyright, which is ridiculous. It's freeware, but it's weird. And in fact, they're still yelling at me about it. I don't have VODs anymore, and I've turned them all off, and they're still complaining about it.
Locking gear.
So, let's see. Yeah, we're not storing VOD. Yeah, they're being strange. I don't know. Something's up with that. I think it's almost time to go. 119.1. On. Well, it's a song that has been no copyright music for at least 10 years now. And that's what they're freaking out about. All right, we're going to do nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Do I not know how to tune a radio? 119.1. 119.1. There we go. Okay, anybody out here? Okay, we got somebody coming in over here. Let's wait and see what they do. I don't know. Maybe it'd just be a good time to go and, I mean, the song that we've got that I've been using for the beginning of the live stream's been around for a long time. Maybe it's time for a change. Here we go. I'm hearing all sorts of, like, yeah, I had to turn that off, Potato Aim, because, again, and I just got notified, 3 minutes ago that, it's not a copyright violation, but you're being bad, so maybe I'll spend the day looking for a new theme over on Epidemic Tracks. Fuel pumps are good. Packs are off. Boeing, you start engine 2 first. Starting engine number 2. Hi, Dom T Gaming. No, Dommy Gamer. Sorry. Welcome, welcome. I'm hearing all sorts of rattling around here on the pushback. Sounds kind of weird. I may have forgotten to turn on my beacon. I'm not concentrating on the airplane. I'm concentrating on other stuff. Beacon is, anti-collision is on. Anti-collision did actually make it on. Parking brakes are on. Well, I do. I actually have the music muted. And I did the VOD track and everything. And so it's just being crazy. Dummy Gamer, do you own the 737-900 at Flight Sim 2020? If you're just getting it the first time, I will tell you, I think it's a pretty cool airplane. Any of the PMDG airplanes are really pretty good. And all of this looks great. Let's start engine number 1. Starting engine number 1. I think for $49.99 Dummy Gamer, I think, yeah, it's worth that for sure. Yeah, Dad Game Time. This is the 737-900, and it has been released for 2024. And seems to be pretty good. There's our gear pin. And they're going to wave at us. See ya. Thank you. It's $20 if you purchased it for Flight Sim 2020. So there is an upgrade fee on this. Okay, packs back on. Packs are on. And generators. Generators are good. Isolation valve off. APU bleed off. Yaw damper on. Probe heaters are on auto. APU off. Flight attendants seats for taxi. Flaps 5.
New recruits detected.
Flaps are 5.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Auto
Stay
brakes.
sharp.
Come on up here. Taxi light. Continuous restart. Let's go. Let's see. Stollivort just hit follow on the channel, and Pacobort would like a 737-700. Let's go. And let's come on down here. Trim to takeoff is going to be 5.09. Trim set. Auto throttle is armed. Auto throttle's armed. It's going to be an LNAV, VNAV departure. LNAV and VNAV are set. 10,000 feet's our initial climb clearance, and away we go. Paco board, says Charles Yerkes. I'm not doing anything criminal. We're being good. And Tara. I don't think we got that, actually. Yep, we did. Okay, traffic is set. Throttle's up halfway. Let's see if it beeps at us. That's our takeoff config check. And it didn't beep at us, so we're good. And out we go. Loviz says that Delta is now using the 737-900 to replace 757 routes. Really? Well, maybe it's just a difference of a few passengers, but maybe it works like that. Not all of them. Yeah, they're still going to run their 757s for a while, I think. Did I arm the speed brake? I didn't think that you armed the speed brake in the 737s. Or maybe that's the 757s. I haven't been arming the speed brake at all for departure, and it doesn't yell at me about it. Let's see. Bonjour, Frank Skeeto. Welcome aboard. Let's see. Mockwake is doing United Ops in the 737-9. Yeah, you don't arm on this one. Yeah, and it will actually alarm if you do. Let's see if we can taxi around the corner. Hi, James. James the Catcher's here. Taxiing outside your airplane is definitely a skill in flight sim. Let's see how we're doing. Well, we almost made it onto the center line. So yeah, Airbus, you arm the speed brake. Boeing just arms the auto brakes to RTO for rejected takeoff. Dad gave time the 777's up in Anchorage. And now your 777's covered in snow. Usually they have us go over to the Mike Taxiway at Juliet. Wayun says this is the Cadillac of the NG series. 100 knot tailwind flights will be over quick. If you've just joined, our next flight after this is going to be what's known as the Spy Flight Beer Run. And that is Princess Juliana Airport to St. Bart's, to Saba, and back to Juliana. We do that in multiplayer. I generally suggest that you take a slower airplane. CT Aviation says even though we haven't armed the speed brakes, if you have RTO on, probably the speed brakes would pop up if you rejected your takeoff. Rich, see you when you get back. All right, we're looking for Juliet. So 2 more and then we jog over 1 taxiway. Anybody over there? I think we're kind of like alone here. You've got to be at work for another hour, so we'll take our time, Captain Chris. Maybe what we'll do is, because yeah, usually we wrap up after the beer run, so maybe what we'll try and do is, we could do a cargo run or something like that before the beer run. Probably ought to get in the center of the... Okay, so you've still got to be to work for an hour. So we'll do something before we do the beer run. We could take the MD-11 someplace. We could take the ATR someplace. I didn't have time to go and try and fix the F-28. How long is the flight? An hour and 30 minutes gate to gate. It's 368 miles. Says we'll be landing at 2123 Zulu. It's 2029. CT Aviation. So yeah, we could take off from someplace like... what's the airport? It's Puerto Rico, San Juan, Puerto Rico to Juliana in the ATR, or maybe depart out of St. Croix or something like that. I think we've all got a nice scenery for San Juan. So we could do San Juan to Juliana and then get off VATSIM, get off of VATSIM and then go over to multiplayer. Atlanta traffic, Delta 441, 737-900, taxiing on to runway 27 right, departing on the Varsity to the south. Atlanta. Strobes. This steer's kind of funny. Landing lights. Throttle's up halfway. Clock is set. Auto thrust. I stay away from those buttons that I didn't know existed. Checked. Oh, we have to go to the gate. I forgot my couple of cups of coffee. AP's got us. And we're going to continue the climb. Let's just go ahead, flight level 350. And that's not the altimeter. There's the altitude over there. So used to the autopilot on this one. The last flight will be on multiplayer. We're usually on the USA East or West server. There's only one now. I forget which one. Flight level 350. Landed traffic. Delta 441's clear of runway 27 right. Departing to the south. Over to advisory. Happy landings, Atlanta. 122.8.
That driver Delta 3034 on Concourse A, Concourse Alpha.
122.8. Gonna say, why are we going so slow? Howard is on Jack. So if you don't know the story, one day we were flying in the Jacksonville airspace area, and there is a hidden little button over here. So I forget which one, but along the top of the clock, there are buttons up here that will put your simulator in double time or quadruple time or something like that. And I didn't know about it. And so I'm just flying along happy on VATSIM and stuff like that. And Howard, the controller, says, United 441, what's in your coffee? Or something funny. Like, I don't know, what did I do? He says, you're going a little bit fast, aren't you? And I had no idea that you could actually do double, triple, and quadruple time and stuff. But apparently you can. And it was like, oh, gee, I had no idea. Didn't even know how to get in or out of it. So that's what that story is. So yeah, you can put this airplane in double, triple, and quadruple time. I can't put the landing gear into the off position, so I have to make a change over here and go over to the throttle quadrant. click the throttle over there, come down to landing gear. Actually, no, just click the throttle quadrant and find my PMDG setting. MD11, BAE, ATR, basic, new airplane, spy, none, PMDG 1. Now all of that's set. And now I can go and put my landing gear back where it belongs. And landing gear goes to medium. And flaps are up, speed brakes are down, everything's perfect. I always load the PMDG in C. 10,000 feet, landing lights, Daytona, here we come. Landing lights, taxi light, continuous restart, and 10,000 foot cabin call. Passengers are happy. Except, of course, for the passengers sitting all the way in the back there who decided to go to Vortex Burgers and they got the Volcano Burger and they have to go. Do not go to Vortex Burgers before you have to be a passenger on an airplane. And if you do, just go, don't get their Volcano Burger. Because you will be in pain. 351 miles to Daytona Beach. We'll be getting there about 21:26 Zulu. It'll be nice and quiet right now, but it's gonna get busier soon. So we'll probably get beeped around for Jacksonville Center. There's 2 centers right now for Jacksonville, and we'll get beeped coming in here before too long. November 321 is Daytona ground control. And how crazy is it in Daytona right now? Let's bring out the map. There's the map. Out we go. Bring the map, bring the heading over. November 321 says it is a bit busy today. Okay, so we got some ATC in Houston. Looks like LA, Albuquerque is up. Anything in Hawaii? It's a little bit of ATC in Hawaii. We could go and do a Hawaii hop before we go and do the beer run, because we need to do a short flight in the middle of the beer run. Or we were talking about doing an ATR flight from, this is over in Puerto Rico. Nope, that's Cuba. Sorry. TJSJ, Maarten to TNCM. That's what we're thinking about doing. So we could do an ATR flight there. So let's see. AT-76. So that would be San Juan. TJSJ, St. Maarten, TNCM. That might work. How about, let me make that a next command. Hi, AvGeek, welcome aboard. And that looks good there. And the ATR now works, so that's actually kind of a fun flight. All right, the next command is updated there. So we're all ready to go with that. Daytona Beach has got 26 arrivals, 9 departures, 10 people are filing flight plans. AMG, just extend the beer run and go to a few more islands. Well, there's one person who's been wanting to do this for a while now and needs to get home from work, and I want to and wants to start with us from the beginning. That's the big reason why I'm just pushing it back a little bit. And altimeter, stud button. Altimeters are stud. Yeah, it's Captain Chris that's got to get home from work. Another cold day at Frankfurt Airport. 68 miles to top of descent. 324 more miles to Daytona Beach. And a nice looking cabin. They did a good job with the cabin. I think we should have closed the door. I failed to follow proper security protocols here. Oh, I also left GSX on. There we go. I haven't had the Max out in a long time. Ever since PMDG came out, I just haven't been doing the Max at all. Haven't been doing the Max. Yeah, I think it's a fun flight. It also won't happen too quickly because we're going to be in the ATR. And the ATR is fun for that. Well, I wonder what happened to the Boeing autopilot today. We are neglecting the Max. Well, I should probably go and start up the little Max app first and see if it hasn't been updated. It might have been updated recently. So that's one of the things. If you haven't been in an airplane in a while, be sure that you go and run the updater first. It's getting very dusty in the hangar, 25,000 feet. So seatbelts to auto. Rest of our checks here. So logo lights are off, strobe and steady, anti-collision lights are on. The cabin is indeed climbing. Let's see, we're going to, flight level 350. Forgot to set our cruise altitude. And landing elevation, if I remember, landing elevation is, it's 34 feet, so that's above 25, and I think our next choice is 50, so we ought to put 50 in there for our landing elevation. Heading bugs back up. And passengers enjoying a nice view today. A little on the hazy side out there, but not too hazy. I imagine it's still a little bit chillier than usual in this part of the country, where it has definitely been chillier than usual. And I think that's about the only trouble we can get into at the moment. So Daytona Beach still looks busy. Lots of ATC on this. Loviz says it's finally warmed up to 71 degrees today. And you can see that's a little unusual because, again, Loviz is in South Florida. Not up in the north side where they'll actually get to freezing and stuff. But, seeing cooler snaps like this, where Loviz is in South Florida is unusual. I mean, that's why, what was it? I think it was last week or the week before we were talking about, you know, the falling iguana warnings and stuff like that. That's when it's so cold that the iguanas in the trees freeze and fall out. They eventually apparently thaw out and then wake up and stop being so, you know, frozen and stuff. But yeah, hey, that's one of the things in Florida you have to watch out for when it gets cold. November 321 says it's going to get cold again. Does YouTube make it darker than Twitch? No idea. I am putting out the exact same. I'm putting out the exact same. I mean, what I'm sending to YouTube, I am sending to Twitch. The exact same programming. There's like you could create several different. I think they call it a canvas or something like that. So you can have a canvas for YouTube, canvas for Twitch, a canvas for you know, if you're going to do vertical streaming and stuff for phones and all that. I just have one. So I'm not doing anything else, CT Aviation. Lovis says, yay, the iguanas are indeed thawing out. November 321 says, is in Daytona. It hit 64 degrees today. And that's the warmest there in weeks. I don't know if they've had snow in Miami. I think they probably had ice. Then again, a year or two before I arrived in Corpus Christi, which was a long time ago, they did actually have snow in Corpus Christi. Oh, it's a YouTube thing, so it's not my settings. YouTube makes it a little bit darker. AvGeek, that's probably right. There are more people that have done freewares in X-Plane. Well, first of all, I mean, you know, there's xplane.org or something like that, which has been the freeware repository for all things X-Plane for a lot more years than there's been FlightSim.to and Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and stuff. So my guess is, yeah, there probably are a lot more. Yeah, they called it the I think it may even have its own Wikipedia page. Let's see. It was 2004. It was a Christmas snow in Corpus Christi. It was 2004. And here's the PDF to explain the snow that they had. Let's see if they've got any pictures from there. So there was very heavy snow on their radars. So yeah, there was the snow. There's the snow satellite map for the Corpus Christi area. Again, 2004. And that's snow in Corpus Christi, Texas. This is Angleton near there. Clute, Edna, Galveston got snow. El Campo. There's NWS Houston, National Weather Service Houston, Galveston. So I put a link in there to all this. So yep, that was a very unusual event. And that was before I ever got there. Let's see. Potato Aim says, yeah, in lesser traveled areas, some people have done some really, really nice freeware airports. And most of those, I think, were over in X-Plane, too. IDMK, welcome aboard. You're 50 to 60 miles beyond, and you're going to continue to LaGuardia after Daytona Beach. LaGuardia should be nice. I don't know if there's going to be VATSAM or anything like that. Probably. Flight level 350. 116 miles to top of descent. And we should be getting beeped almost immediately to contact Jacksonville Center. We've inserted a quick flight in the ATR. We're going to do San Juan, Puerto Rico to St. Maarten. I will be talking to Jax 30 first. Okay, thank you. That's nice to know. Thanks, November 321. Jax 30 is 135925. 135925. I usually listen in. I will usually listen in, especially in a VATSIM event. If it's a VATSIM event, I figure controllers will talk to me when they want to talk to me when they're busy.
Mike 362, your radar contact about 12 northwest of the Alma VOR, descend and maintain bubble 300.
Oh my gosh, we just got beat.
49432, Jacksonville Center.
Jacksonville, hello, Walker 1108.
Walker 1108, go ahead.
We're on the ground at Hilton Head, just to pick up a clearance to Daytona.
Alright, I'll give you the clearance. I think the other guy's pretty busy.
Aviation rocks. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Jacksonville Center, good afternoon. Delta 441's at flight level 350, 17 miles north of Yantee.
Delta 441, Jacksonville Center, radar contact, descend and maintain level 340.
Descend and maintain flight level 340, Delta 441.
For Romeo Hotel, increase Mach 0.80.
Mach 80 for Romeo Hotel.
WAC 262, Mach 0.75.
Tell him that you have duct tape over the supersonic button.
Mach 0.75.
Now we've got we got the little spy button here.
Delta 441, Mach 0.75.
Mach 0.75 for Delta 441.
WAC 262, cross KATL at and maintain level 240. Delta 441, cross KATL at and maintain level 240.
KATL, descend and maintain cross at flight level 240 for Delta 441.
Right, 1010, contact Jax 133.32, good day.
Order to 12332, Trident 1010.
Cactus 1085, cross Leopard at and maintain flight level 340.
So flight level 240 at KATL.
Cactus 1085, cross Leopard at and maintain flight level 340. Cactus 1085, Jackson.
Oh, it's getting crazy.
Cactus 1085, how do you hear, sir?
Usually through some earbuds. They probably wouldn't think that was funny.
Okay, I'm trying to get a hold of some other guy. Just give me a second. Cactus 1085, Jackson.
So
Cactus 1085.
Cactus 1085's got some trouble today.
Walker 1108.
Good knob and Ben, thank you for coming in today. I hope it's not as cold today. Finally starting to warm up a little bit. Been hearing it's still pretty chilly in northern Germany though.
3433.
LA cleared to Daytona as filed 16,005 minutes after departure 13332 3433 to Walker 1108.
Walker 1108, back correct runway 3. You can call for taxi on 133.32. The altimeter 3032.
Somebody's just kind of blasted away talking. I think we have a clueless person.
Call departure for the clearance. Thanks, appreciate it.
November 2 Romeo Foxtrot, descend the price E4, arrival landing north, Orlando altimeter 3022.
Hookham PTFST, welcome aboard.
Cruise 1883.
Your very first long-haul flight.
Give you
Heathrow to Halifax. That's a good long-haul flight. How far along are you? How's your
What
fuel
were you
doing?
requesting? Sorry, 35? Oh, sorry, misunderstood. Cruise 1883, climb maintain level 350.
AMG has got some cheers for us today. Thanks for being so cheerful, AMG.
I'll read you loud and clear.
Thanks for
but just a
coming
lot
in.
of people
Happy
talking, so I probably didn't answer.
Sunday.
All right, to Cactus 1085, thanks. Cross Leopard at maintain level 340. American 3052, nothing further. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. FedEx 1060 radar contact about
40 minutes into
northeast
your
of the
first
Baja
long
intersection.
haul
Follow
from
maintain
Heathrow to
level 340.
Halifax. So I recall the jet stream's far below you, so it shouldn't be bad. The DHC
Okay, who else was
6.
checking in? And,
So I'm taking a de Havilland Twin Otter.
3089 was it?
I've been meaning
You're in
to
the
go
air.
over.
Delta 3089 is it? Okay. You're not talking to anybody else?
No one. We connected probably 5 minutes ago.
Okay, Delta 3089, squawk 5525.
5525 Delta 3089. Sharon Center, north side 510, final 340.
North side 510.
Subscriber
Jacksonville Center,
confirmed.
squawk ident.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
FedEx
Loyalty
1060 Miami
noted.
Center unfortunately logged off. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved.
Let's get this one. Cracker just gifted some subs to the community. Holy moly, thanks, Cracker. That was very nice of you. Thank you for gifting a few subs to the community. I'm super grateful for that. Those really make a big difference here, but it's also nice for other people because not everybody can afford a sub. So thank you for that. That was awful nice.
I'm not even tracking your tag. I don't know where you are. Oh, there you are. It's Fairway 453.
I've noticed that it takes several tries now to try and get a download started. Like 3 or 4 tries to try and get this going.
Fairway 453, correct Wigbo.
Direct to Wigbo.
Legion 1176 with you at 13,500, climbing to flight level 230.
Legion 1176, Jacksonville Center, climb maintain level 350.
Climbing maintain flight level 350 for Legion 1176.
Jacksonville Center, hello, Delta 3034, flight level 310, climbing to flight level 350.
November 4 Romeo Hotel, contact Jax 133.
Probably just really busy. Yeah, I could also, I mean, you know, you can have so many different browsers and extensions, and I've got enough to keep straight. CT Aviation, hang on, CT, oh, you're right, it's not good for 2024. Not good for 2024, let's not do that. Good catch, CT Aviation. Cracker, thank you again for a really nice gift sub bomb today. If you're waiting, I have the option to do one of those September kinds of things in a week or so. So if you've been waiting for the 35% off thing on those, that's coming up.
Delta 3089, just going to maintain level 300.
And maintain 300 for 3089.
Delta 3034, Jacksonville Center, ident. Delta 386, contact Houston Center, 132.77.
Irvi says try this one.
Delta 3034, radar contact about 10 miles east of the end of UR, just going to maintain level, climb maintain level 3.
That's for Flight Sim 2024. Let's try that one. Thanks, Irvi. Ground, we're on our way. Let's see if this one will work.
Let's see, it's north side 510, radar contact, 25 miles northeast.
Hey, that one actually worked for the download too.
Cross Kylex, level 240.
That one actually worked, so we'll try that one.
Delta 441, same Mach number.
Delta 441 is at Mach 0.71 and slowing down a bit.
All right, just maintain 300 knots of the transition, please.
300 in the transition for Delta 441.
North side 510, Mach 0.77.
Mach 77, north side 510.
Delta 3034, same Mach number.
Mach 76.
Yeah, just give me at least Mach 0.78, please.
Delta 1030, radio check. We'll do Mach 0.79.
All right, I think we've got the Win Air livery for the flight decks. Thank you for that.
Delta 3089, Mach 0.77.
Cool. Hook 'em. What that is that's what I call my milk run. And every pilot, every sim pilot has what you kind of call your milk run. And let's say that there's a new airplane that I need to learn, or I'm having trouble with an airplane, I need to do a flight in it to make it work. You do your milk run. So I know all the waypoints between the two really well. I know the approaches, I know the terrain, and it's just a simple flight plan that I can go plug in from memory and do that. So that's kind of why it is that you do that sort of thing. Another Reuben, the CRJ would be perfect for that flight, for the next one. But that's kind of the reason why you've got a milk run, and that's the one that I do. And it's also really good for training. So like Loviz was new on VATSIM, learning how to do VATSIM, and so Loviz did Atlanta and Jacksonville, Florida, back and forth a lot. And that's how you learn to do things like VATSIM. So yeah, going into SeaTac, that let's see, that is Oregon, right? All right, 25,000 feet thereabouts. We'll do seatbelts.
Delta 1030, radio check, anybody?
I think that's only the flight plan. Potato aim, FS dispatch. Washington. I don't remember that one.
I'm sorry, who is it? United 116127 is the final?
8 for med just for 5 minutes and then we'll climb higher.
Guys, 1160, climb maintain level 270, advise when you want.
270, I know advise higher and higher.
Level 441, contact Jacks 133.32.
133.32 for Delta 441. Thank you. Have a good Sunday.
Thank you.
Definitely Delta 2728 at flight level 300.
New recruit detected.
13332.
Stay sharp.
Influence, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Kevin, Edinburgh to Dublin. Great, that's a good training route too.
American 981, just to maintain 3,000.
3000, American 981.
Route back to 394, proceed direct to heaven.
Direct to heaven, American 394.
Waxy 62, contact approach 125.8.
Hookem just did a super chat to say go Seahawks. Hang on. Jax, hello from Delta 441, about 29 miles north of Jags at flight level 240. Thanks, Hookem.
Delta 441, Jacksonville Center, welcome. Descend via the Thor 3. The Daytona Beach altimeter now 3024.
3024 on the altimeter, descending now on the Thor 3 arrival for Delta 441. Okay, Thor 3 arrival. That was nice. Thanks, Hookham. And good luck, Seahawks.
Flight 9 Yankee Golf. Roger,
okay, the Thor arrival.
Bravo, Bravo 10.
Always like when you come in, it always has to reset itself. 12,000 feet. Okay, so 12,000 feet.
There
we go.
Roger.
And do we have a top of descent coming up here again? Let's see. Loves, I didn't have Alanta on. Oh, and it was a good landing too? No kidding. Do we have scenery? I've got some. I think it might be an older freeware for Daytona Beach, but I do have some scenery. Jamie just came into chat. Hi, Jamie. Welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. Is this the PMDG? It is. And Hookham, don't worry about questions like that. You're always welcome. We understand there's lots of new people that are coming in, so everybody here in Spy HQ, flying along, we're good with questions. And if I don't know something, I will tell you, and then somebody in chat will chime in and help out. So, Influence MN, thank you for the follow. Cracker, thank you for gifting 5 subs. AMG, thank you for some cheers.
Alright, last picked up with Papa and descend via for Northside by 10.
Okay, we're all set and ready to go.
New recruits detected.
Yoki Flies Heavies. Yoki Flies Heavies just hit follow. Welcome aboard. And Daniel is back. Welcome back, Daniel. Thanks for coming in. Let's hydrate before we coming in. We're going in on the Daytona Beach
3022, maintain 5,000.
Alright, maintain 5,000. Skywest.
Technical Center, good evening. This is Delta 3089 at 50240.
Delta 3089, Jacksonville Center, welcome. And Delta 3089, descend via the Thor 3, arrival, altimeter 3024.
Descend via the Thor 3 arrival for Delta 3089.
American 981, turn left heading 090, descend maintain 2,000.
All right, everything's good. We're about ready to go. JK,
one more time, but we're
welcome back in. Thank you for coming in. How come we all get a little old? Just keep flying. Don't give up.
And Green Flight 9 Yankee Whiskey on the ground at Orlando, ready for taxi. Green Flight 9 Yankee Whiskey.
We basically, I call it travel jazz, and I don't know what it is, but when it travel, jazz just always seems to work. Jazzy stuff. So I just, airplanes, it always seems that jazz works good. That's why we play it. Yoki Flies Heavies, you like the 739?
16,084.85.
Skywest 427, contact approach 125.8.
25-8, Skywest 427, see ya.
.8 is
Charlie, exit left, taxi around via Alpha, good day.
Happy Alpha, good day, Polo Shot.
Good 981, 4 miles from the final approach.
Oh, guess what? We have to put in the ILS 109.7.
Turn 030 heading and cleared for the ILS 36 right approach, America 981.
And inbound is 070. And minimums are 230 feet.
Free flight 9 Yankee Golf or RNAV, go home.
230 feet. Okay, we're good to go. Yeah, it seemed like we were going pretty fast, right? Seemed like we were going pretty fast. Oh, favorite airlines. So let's see. Epic Nobody, welcome aboard. Favorite airlines. Well, I always remember flying United as a child. That's the first airline I remember. So as a kid, long time ago. Aegean is always fun for me because that's a real pretty part of the world. And like tomorrow, I'll be flying probably Air Berlin because that one has kind of a spy vibe, at least it does for me. And plus they gave out chocolate hearts to the passengers when they land. So I guess those would be favorites.
Delta 441, contact approach
125.8 for Delta 441. Thank you.
Yeah, the airport in sight, 12 o'clock and
Information Quebec is current.
Delta 5543, clear visual approach my 7 left, contact tower 120.7.
Delta 5543 over the tower.
Level 501, Daytona departure, better contact, proceed direct to Roy's, climb and maintain 1000.
Roy's climb and maintain 1000, level 501.
River 4 Romeo Hotel, descend and maintain 3000, then maintain 210 knots.
3024 on the altimeter, that's set.
Lucky 21 heavy, turn left heading 250.
Left heading 250, Lucky 21 heavy.
Daytona approach, Delta 441 is on the Thor arrival with Quebec.
Delta 441, Daytona approach, runway 7 left.
7 left, Delta 441. Gonna need some speed brake here, a little fast.
Skiathos 427, expect vectors across the approach course for sequence. 5 vectors across, Skiathos 427. Lucky 21 heavy, descend and maintain 4000.
4000, Lucky 21 heavy.
Delta 441, turn right heading 200, descend and maintain 4000, vectors to final.
Descending, first of all, let's see. I'm sorry, could I get the numbers again? Delta 441.
Heading 200, descend and maintain 4000.
200, our left turn is 200 down to 4000 for Delta 441.
Lucky 21 heavy, reaching 4000, reduce speed at 210 knots.
210 knots and 4000.
I've gotten lazy.
Southwest 9491, 3, good afternoon.
Southwest 9491, Daytona departure, radar contact, proceed direct. Actually, let's do this. Southwest 9491, turn left heading 360, climb and maintain.
I've gotten super duper lazy here with the autopilot.
West 360,
This guy is moving fast.
November 4 Romeo Hotel, turn left heading 160, descend and maintain 2000.
160, 2000 for Romeo Hotel.
All right, 200 down to 4000. And we're descending.
427, flight present heading, vectors to final. That was 427, flight present heading, vectors to final.
This is a 900. Loviz said I needed to pick it up, and Loviz bought me the update.
November 4 Romeo Hotel,
So that's why I'm in the 900. But yep, this is the 900.
8 miles before the site.
1600 for Romeo Hotel.
Lucky 21 heavy, descend and maintain 3000, turn left heading 220.
Heading 220 down to 3000, Lucky 21 heavy.
They're moving us in fast.
Approach north side.
Get ready for a quick approach and landing here. We need to be awake. God, I was kind of starting to fall asleep a little bit here.
Daytona approach, expect visual approach, when 7 left break. November 4 Romeo Hotel, turn left heading 110, join localizer.
110, join for Romeo Hotel, we got it.
Little 501, contact center 132.35.
132.35,
Lucky 21 heavy, turn left heading 160, reduce speed to 180, turn off.
Loviz said, yes, we need to fly a proper airplane here into DAB.
Left 250, Southwest 9491.
November 4 Romeo Hotel, clear visual approach, only 7 left, maintain 170 knots until 5 mile final contact tower 120.7.
Clear visual approach, 7 left, 170, 5 mile final over to tower 120.7.
Lucky 21 heavy, descend and maintain 2000.
2000, Lucky 21 heavy.
Boxy 62, turn left heading 160. Southwest 9491, proceed direct, get off.
Check it out, Southwest 94,
Got a
91.
little bit of speed break out.
150, still on the frequency. November Sierra Delta 510.
Lovis has the racetrack behind you.
4,000 vectors to final.
I thought it was next to us, Lovis. Oh, are you already there? Oh, okay, yeah, you're there. Yeah, there's the racetrack. That's the racetrack. I was gonna say, Lovis, how could you have that on approach? Lovis has already landed. So there you go. Lovis has already made it. That's why. All right. Let's see. Gotta watch out for alligators coming in here. Probably frogs and snakes too.
Delta 441, descend and maintain 4,000, then reduce speed to 210 knots.
Descend and maintain 4,000, then reduce our speed to 210 knots. Delta 441.
Delta 9491, contact Jacksonville Center 133.32.
3332, great day, Southwest 94, 91.
Lucky 21 Heavy, maintain 170 knots until fall light, contact tower 120.7.
170, don't full leg, 120.7. Lucky 21 Heavy.
Waxy 62, descend and maintain 3,000, then reduce speed to 210 knots.
Lovis says, did you not see the smooth landing? Yeah, pressure's on right now after my great landing at Skiathos. Pressure is on. Okay, everything's good up here. Continuous restart in case of a go-around. Everybody's good there. Speed brakes, auto brakes. We got auto brakes. We can't do speed brakes.
Sky 427, turn left heading 270. Left heading 270, Sky 427. Waxy 62, reduce speed to 210 knots.
Canadian F Geek, welcome aboard. Spy flight's going good today. I hope you're having a good Sunday.
Delta 441, turn left heading 180.
Left turn 180 for Delta 441.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Lovis gifted a sub to November
Loyalty
321. November 321's doing ground control. AMG is cheerful. Thank you for some more nice cheers today. And Lovis, thank you for being nice to November 321. Bring in the map, click. And speed's coming down. Flaps 1.
Turn left heading 110, join localizer.
There's flaps. We're going to go to 5. Flaps are 5.
7 miles of port site.
Speed brakes and armed. Speed brakes are armed.
Delta 441, descend and maintain 3,000.
Send and maintain 3,000, Delta 441.
Cowboys 427, reduce speed to 210 knots, then descend and maintain 3,000.
Alright, slow to 210, wind slow down to 3,000, Cowboys 427.
Cowboys 427, turn left heading 250.
250, Cowboys 427.
Delta 441, heavy descend and maintain 2,000.
Delta 441 now down to 2,000.
Oxy 62, contact.
How did I all of a sudden become a heavy? It's not heavy, it's my Boeing. I do exclamation point Discord and it'll send you an invite. Hook 'em. All right, good to go there, good to go there. Speed is good.
Delta 441, traffic to final on the visual approach, 9 o'clock, 7 miles eastbound, a citation 700, 2,000 on the visual approach port site.
Delta 441 looking, has it on TCAS.
Delta 441, roger. Turn left heading 160. Additionally, the airport not on clock. 8 miles, port site.
Left turn 160 degrees, and Delta 441 does have the airport in sight. Hi, Jerry.
Delta 441, roger. Cleared visual approach on 7 left. Maintain 170 knots until 5 mile final.
170 knots until 5 mile final. Cleared for the visual. 7 left for Delta 441.
Delta 3089, turn right heading 220, descend and maintain 4000, back to the final. Cabin 427, turn left heading 160, descend and maintain 2000.
Heading 160 down to 2000, Cabin 427.
North side 510, turn left heading 180, reduce speed to 210 knots, then descend and maintain 3000.
180, 210, that count on the range for north side.
Delta 3034, Daytona approach, expect visual approach, runway 7 left, altimeter 3024.
Visual 7 left, altimeter 3024.
139, let's call it 145 to land. Got the airport. Hello, airport. We're ready to go. Ministry is here. Welcome, welcome. Remember, this is heavier than an 800. I thought for it to be a heavy, I thought for this to be a heavy, it had to have, it's got to be twin aisle, a wide body. Epic Nobody, I got it from the store. I think it's different for everybody. It's not a heavy. James has been into Daytona Beach. Yep, this is not heavy.
Delta 441 heavy, correction, Delta 441, maintain 170 knots until 5 mile final, contact tower 120.7 p.m.
170 knots till 5 mile final, over to the tower 120.7 for Delta 441. See ya.
See ya.
Ground 121.9.
Actually, no, never mind. We'll just drive that traffic down 1 mile fine. I'll get you out after him.
No worries, we'll short 7 left,
Daytona Tower, hi there. Delta 441's on the visual for 07 left.
Delta 441, Daytona Tower, good afternoon. Runway 7 left, continue. Traffic will be in position.
We will continue and watch out for traffic, Delta 441. Here we go, continuing 170 knots until 5 mile finals. We're going to call it 145 to land and 145 to land. There we go. Let's start rolling out more flaps. And there's our flaps. I got the airport. I got the runway. Something about depends. Hi, Mary Arbitrary. Billy is in chat. Thanks, Billy. Thank you for watching on the ground. You have to have a maximum takeoff weight of 300,000 pounds to be referred to as a heavy.
Waxy 62, roger. Left at November 5.
That's right. Well, the 757 is because of the wingtip vortices, the wake turbulence. That's why a 757 is referred to as a heavy.
I'll be runway heading.
And Mary,
441, 1 departure, right arrival, runway 7 left, clear to land.
7 left, clear to land. We'll watch out for the departure of Delta 441. Okay, coming on in. Now, is that only in the U.S., Mary Arbitrary, or is that kind of around the world? All right, looking for November 7. Shall we do autopilot off? AP's off. Captain's got the airplane. Oh yeah, you gotta hit this bar now. Wind is ahead and slightly to the left.
400.
That's the alligator view. That was a cool view. Alligator cam.
November Delta Alpha Lima Echo, contact departure, good flight.
Minimums.
Landing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Verse. Green.
Delta 441, make a left at the high speed. If unable, make a left at Whiskey. And contact ground. Have a good one.
Left at the high speed. I think we got November 7. We're trying to get off the runway as quick as we could because we hear there's a lot of traffic today. Which is the high speed.
On SkyWest, 427, the wind 0409.
0409, thank you.
Daytona ground, hi there. Delta 441 Heavy is off runway 7 left at November 7. Parking at the terminal today.
Delta 441 Daytona ground, good evening. Taxi November Charlie 2 to the ramp. Have a good one.
November to Charlie 2 to the ramp for Delta 441. Thank you.
No problem.
That felt kind of good.
Daytona ground, good day. November 7, Foxtrot.
So the high-speed taxiways do not have a sheriff's vehicle or a police car sitting by them. That's how you know it's a high speed. No police cars and they won't ticket you for going fast. Kidding. It's the ones that are at an angle. High speeds are the angled taxiways.
Sorry, who's calling us on the landline?
Words accept at 225 with prior part of rally.
Victor 225, code of the Raleigh Durham Airport, 47 departure, Craig Transit, and then on Bob Klein. Maintain 4,000.
CT Aviation says this is a cool little airport. It is. Low-vis is, I think, the Delta up over here, and there's the racetrack.
6220 for accept at 225, thanks.
So I was convincing about that speed trap thing. Amargosa, Cat 3, depending. Low-vis did a screenshot. Hang on.
269, runway 7 left, taxi, Charlie 1, November 1.
So that looks like a real landing. Yeah, I was kind of going for a little butter at the end, so we were kind of beyond the main touchdown point. Should have stayed in the butter, out of the butter zone on that one for sure.
427 off of November 7.
And we'll come around there. See, we've got somebody that's already pushed back in here. Let's get going. Okay, I'm going to wait for this LATAM to go by, and then we'll come in around behind Low-vis. Amargosa, thank you for doing that description. I'm sorry it happened at a time that I couldn't read it and understand it better. Okay,
Sorry, who was calling?
APU.
Skywest 427, we're over here coming over to the terminal, A3.
There goes a cute little LATAM A319 out.
Do the ramp, Skywest 427.
No, 4469 Whiskey, contact tower 120.7. 27. November 7 Alpha Fox, tower 120.7.
Over tower, 7 Alpha Fox, 6 man 2.
Avgeek, are you starting debates again?
Ground, north 7.
November, Sierra Delta 510, taxi to ramp via November Whiskey. Have a good one.
We're going to be in a cute little propeller airplane next.
Ground, good afternoon. Rockfish, 1132 information.
Rockfish. This is PMDG, Father's Game. This is the PMDG Boeing 737, and we are a 900.
1132, I'll get back to you.
We're a 900 here.
Over 335 heavy, this is ground, number 2, check number 3. And number 4, Romeo for Southern ground. 4 Romeo. Are you looking to go IFR or VFR?
I was looking at IFR, guys.
4 Romeo, what altitude would you like?
And parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. And did we get the APU up and running? We did. APU is going on. Taxi light needs to go out so we don't blind the ground crew. Engine number 1, engine number 2. Let's come on down here and gonna go transponder to standby. Get off of their radar scope. Up here, we don't need the electric hydraulic pumps anymore. So we'll pop those up, off. We'll also turn off the navigation stuff. We'll come down here and leave one fuel pump on for the APU. And let's turn on the APU bleed and the isolation switch to keep the AC going. We'll let the flight attendants get up first. Flight attendants can get up first. Come on down here, go to ground operations. We need chocks. And then we're going to request ground power. And we'll also request a jetway. And here comes our jetway. Everything looks good there. Seat belts can go off now too. Engines have spun down enough, so we'll do anti-collision lights off. And we have ground power, so we can pop in ground power and just use the APU for air conditioning. Come over to door management, and we're going to disarm our doors for arrival. And we'll go ahead and open that one back door, and passengers can get off, and we made it. And we're right next door, so Loviz took the 900 as well. There's Loviz over there. All right, moment of truth. How was it? It felt okay. I stretched it out a little bit for some butter on the runway. How did we do? Minus 253, 1.0 Gs. Not quite as good as the last flight. The last flight was really, really, really nice. So, you know, not great, not terrible. Rich is back. Argo, welcome in. Agro Moldova, thank you for coming by today. There's two variants of this, the 900 and the 900ER. All right, let's go and get an ATR and take the ATR over to Juliana Airport for a beer run. All right, so quit to desktop and desktop. And let's also recycle Volanta. Here goes Volanta recycling. And there we go. Amargosa, unsportsmanlike celebration. If you're going to complain about that landing rate, unless you were critical of the touchdown point. Okay, fair point. Yeah, I should probably be a little bit more consistent, but I'll take a win whenever I can get one. All right, great event into Daytona Beach. This was called 500 Hours into Daytona Beach. All right, so we're going to go TJSJ to TNCM over at Juliana. No surprise, runway 10, right? Runway 10. All right, so we're coming over here to TJSJ. And there's TJSJ. Runway 25 in use. Departure runway is 28. So runway 28 for departure and runway 10 for our arrival. Now, as I recall, the prop liners, I think the prop liners were up here. in this area, in the Delta gates, is where they did that. Oh, 500 minutes. The 500 hours would have been too long. Daytona Beach is a nice arrival. Coming in over the beach, and you get the really cool, you get to look over to the side if you get a chance and see the racetrack. Yeah, 500 minutes of that sim, not hours. Tyler is in chat. What do you think? Which one is easy for a smooth landing? Well, Tyler, for me, it's going to be the Airbuses, because I'm trying to spend more time in the Airbus learning how to be a good pilot. So I'm putting more effort into Airbus, so that's for me. It's different for everybody. Well, I don't know. My candle's going to get blown out a lot. Okay, let's see. We did have, I think, a San Juan. We've got a really nice airport for Juliana. You could use the default scenery that just comes with Microsoft Flight Simulator, and Juliana looks really, really nice. So let's just go and see. I think we've got a nice scenery for San Juan. So that's going to be TJSJ, right? TJSJ. I don't have it over there. Do I have it over here? No, I don't. Okay. Well, I thought I had something. Let's get the sim going. James is going to arrive in Aberdeen for Heathrow, and then you're going to spin the plane around to Heathrow. You know, I got to tell you, that's a really great way to learn how to do flying stuff. It really is. I mean, that kind of, land, turn it around is a really good thing to do. When Tyler flies the 737, well, first, oh, really? See, for me, I mean, the Airbuses are the little floaty planes for me. I mean, I can float an Airbus all the way down the runway. So, again, I think it's just different for everybody. Bonsoir, Moustache. Stretch, and you should stretch with me if you're flying. All right, let's get a Silver Airways. Silver Wings. Sadly, Silver is no longer in business, which is too bad because it is a cute little airplane. Okay, TJSJ, San Juan, Puerto Rico, TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport. We're going to be in an AT-76. So ATR 727-600. Good. But I'm not kidding, Tyler. I can float an Airbus and you can float a Boeing. That's just kind of the way it is. Silver Airways. Call sign Silver Wings. All right. Let's see. 1 hour and 20 minutes to get over there. This is not a fast airplane. Not a fast airplane. San Juan into the airport. Let's see. How about put us over near Sluggo? I'm gonna switch over and get the route that says Sluggo here, because that's probably how we're gonna come in. All right, let's board a little bit of extra fuel. 15 minutes. We probably don't need that much more. And generate flight. You tried the Phoenix A320, but you can't float that much? Boy, I sure can. Bonsoir, Moustache. Thanks for coming by. I'm doing some cheersing and hydrating. All right, here's our flight plan, and this one you need to export a copy because you're going to need a copy of that on your desktop. I'll also make a copy of its web address, so if you want to take a look at all my numbers or use my flight plan for your flight, you could do that. And that's now in chat. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. And pre-file. Okay, 19,000 feet. I'm gonna do 17. I don't want to spend the whole flight climbing. Stuart, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Happy Sunday. Yeah, I'm not going to go all the way up to 19,000 feet. 17's a little easier. Never did. They are not lost. They basically got delayed a little bit. They arrived at the apartment office as the apartment was closing for the holidays. So they sat on a shelf for about 2 weeks, and then some guy decided to just send them back. And I couldn't get WinWing to try and do another delivery, so they said, yep, you'll just have to reorder them again. Which, you know, by that time, I think the tariff trouble started, and I just decided I'll wait for a while. We'll wait for a while and give it another shot later. Okay, all of that looks really good. Let's get the flight plan. So we're going to need 1.8, and it's tons of fuel. I've got this in kilos. Here is my route. That looks good. We're going to have 53 passengers. After this, we're going to fly this flight on VATSIM, then we're going to go recycle and go to multiplayer. And on multiplayer, we're going to fly the Twin Otter on the beer run. So for the fourth flight today, no flight plans, no ATC. If you're brand new to this flight simulator stuff, this is fly along with your friends. It's that easy. You're going to also need the external charts app as well for the ATR. And here is our route of flight. Should be fairly nice. Okay, San Juan. Charts. Taxi. Parking gates. And as I remember, we want to go to these Delta gates up here at Apron 1. That's where they had the little turboprops. So we'll go over there. SimBrief did not give us a departure. So it did not give us a departure. No, no, it did give us one. RTE2. RTE2? That's a Coney. Glada. Hammer. Jaws, Jets, there is not one that's labeled RTE2. So we'll have to see what they give us about that. Is that an airway? It can't be an airway. I think that's an airway. No, I don't know what that is. All right, let's come over here and do TNCM. Charts, they don't do the stars anymore, but it'll be the RNAV to runway 10 via Sluggo. And there's our charts there, and we're all set and ready to go. Yeah, so this says on the flight plan, after TJSJ runway 28, direct to San Juan, RTE2, STT, and then an airway out to Sluggo. I haven't seen that before. What could happen there? Almost done loading. Okay, that looks good. So Argo, Moldova, if you don't know the airports for the beer run, again, no flight plan, no rules, no nothing. But those are the icy cows for the beer run. So Juliana to a place called St. Bart's. And then after St. Bart's, we go to a little island called Saba. And then after Saba, we go back to Juliana. Just an absolute free-for-all. Take any airplane you want. I say the slower, the better, but you take whichever one you want. If you're just getting started and you're just starting to learn, like with the Cessna 152, that's probably a good thing to do. I know we've got a nice San Juan airport. Let me just see over here real fast if it'll load in. So go to your library. And our library, TJSJ. I have a scenery for 2020 and it's disabled. Let's just enable it. It should work. Because, yeah, we had a nice airport. Okay. And marketplace. And done. And airplane. Well, let's see. Probably not going to need the MD-11 for this. So little ATRs down here. And we're going to need an ATR 72-600. And that's going to be this one up here. Because the one on the bottom's a freighter. So there's the ATR 600 and configure. All right, now to find this one, this is like really, really strange. So I've got a Silver Wings livery, but if you look, you're not going to see it. You need to go over here, and there's one that's labeled Air Tahiti. Click on the Air Tahiti airplane. Click on livery, and then you can get to the Silver Airways. I don't understand why. It's the incredible world of flight simulators. You never know. All right, save and go back. And save and go back. And let's go to TJSJ. And over there. Now let's make sure nobody's at the gate we want to go to. And we're not going to find it there. We're going to find it over here. Okay, over on the Delta concourses, so Delta 4, 5, and 6 are free. So let's come on down here. Here are the Deltas. Delta 8, Delta 7, Delta 6. How about Delta 6? And start the flight. Let's mark that down. We may need to know where we are. Father's Game, what version of the game comes with the ATR? Is it wobbly? Yes. Pandora, it is a little wobbly. You're absolutely right. This airplane's a little wobbly. Some are. I mean, the 737 I was just flying felt wobbly. So, Father's Game, I think to get the ATR, maybe you bought it in 2020 and then it showed up. I'm not sure exactly how that worked. Did you get the new TJSJ? Did it just... No, this is what I've had. This is what I've had. And I think we should have gone to Delta 5. That's got a jetway. But Landy, no, I didn't get that. Ooh, look who's back. It's Bryce Lee Triceratops. Hi, Bryce Lee Triceratops. And DJ Cream Pie, welcome back to you. Good to see you. It's been a while. Thanks for coming in. Okay, so there's a jetway there. I think we need to go down to these two gates here. So we need to move over here a little bit. So 4. That was 6. Yeah, there's D6. We need to go to D5 or D4. So let's get GSX to do it for us. Reposition. Delta. It's not listed. Really? And it's outdated again. I swear I updated it. Let me just reposition this way, okay? Mad Max is here. I need to fix the weather. It's wrong. You're watching. It's 6 degrees where you live. So you're living through the warmth right now. You need something a little bit warmer. TJSJ. I've got 2024. Can you tell me why SimBrief OK is red and won't turn green? Now, I don't know about how SimBrief is okay. There we go. That's the right spot. Landy wants to know, so are you using the GSX menu? Irvi says you ought to click reload the sim, and it's being really strange. That's better for these. And let's just let this catch up. There we go. That looks a little better. Because the passenger's board from the rear. Let's see if FatSim will let us on. Here's FatSim. Irvi, yeah, reload SimBrief. Maybe that's it. And if you popped a question in and if I missed it, things got a little chaotic here. It'll calm down. SIL 441 AT76 and connect. I think that works. Let's do Volanta. Here comes Volanta. So maybe we have another chance at a little more butter on the runway. Did you notice that earlier in the day there was a really great landing? I know it's getting irritating. I'll stop. There we go. That looks nice. All right. Volanta is loaded and needs to be refreshed. Because sometimes Volanta gets that not so fresh feeling. All right, I think we're all done with silly simulator things. We could actually do airplane things now. So this airplane, pretty cool. It's got some really great animations in the landing gear. I haven't set up the landing gear views that I usually do, but they really spent a lot of time. I mean, this landing gear down here, it's really, really complex. I mean, they did a lot of good stuff. A lot of little details in this airplane that are amazing. Okay, this looks really good. Let's go and make sure everything is in good shape. So throttles are down. Condition levers are down. Landing gear lever is down. Parking brake lever is down. Parking brakes on the controller are off, and that should be good. Come on over here. We're going to go, and first of all, I did this in kilos, and weight units is in kilos. Great. Flight plan. Import. There is our flight, and we have the latest weather. Aircraft. We need ground power. We need a tail prop.
New recruits
we need a main door and a cargo door.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Lord Rabbit just followed the channel. Thank you for hopping in and doing a follow. I'm sure you get all sorts of rabbit jokes, don't you? Sorry. We have a lot of silly jokes around here. All right, I think we're ready to turn the plane on. So, first things first, we'll do power. And there's two switches. You don't want to lift the guard. It just goes to on. And then the multifunction computer flashes, the backup landing gear, and the doors. You check those. We do have external power. We can go and do nav lights first, and then we can do external power. There's external power. That looks really good. We're going to come down and turn on the emergency exit light. And there's lots of big T's and stuff on the panels. Brisley Triceratops EGPH is incredible. Can't wait to fly to Riga on Friday. with the lithium design scenery. So I think that's the EGPH. I think I know that one. I think if we actually have it. FMS. Now there's something really weird about the nav data here. It's not, I haven't been able to update it. I think it's because the this data, it's reading from a Flight Sim 2020 file. Then I don't have Flight Sim 2020, so something's wrong, so that won't update. But it's still flyable. And init, let's come on over here and go to payload. There's several ways that you can load it. You can just click it in here. Generally, that doesn't work so well for me. We've imported the flight plan, and our estimated zero fuel weight is supposed to be 17.38. And it says 17.38 over here. So that's usually pretty good. Let's try, instead of doing the payload page, which is a little weird, let's hit set fuel. And fuel should be 1870. So that's ramp fuel. Did it put 1870 in over here? Yeah, see, this one still left it at 2180. So that doesn't work so well. Let's go to payload and do it this way. Load the airplane. Okay, zero fuel weight, 17038. 17038. 17038. Fuel is supposed to be 1870. And that should be good right there, and start loading. That should do it. I don't know if it will or not. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. This is a little bit weird. Okay, so let's come down and check. Let's first check the fuel. What do we get for fuel? It's still showing fuel on board at 2180. So we'll just go and see. There is an incredibly good series of 3 videos over on YouTube from a YouTube creator named Fly with Magnar. I just put his name in there, Fly with Magnar. Magnar is a real-world ATR pilot. I mean, a really good ATR pilot, and a captain and a flight instructor, and thought that this airplane, the sim airplane, was so good, he decided to do 3 tutorials on it. So if you want to dive down some rabbit holes on this airplane, even if you don't, it's a really good, those are 3 good videos for learning about the little ATR. So I definitely suggest those. Okay, so our zero fuel weight is set at 1738, fuel on board is 1870, and reserves are 822. 822 are reserves. Okay, so we got that one done. Next page is performance init. We said 17,000 feet. So 17,000 is our cruise. And our alternate is TISX. I think that's St. Croix. And do the slash, and if we have to go to St. Croix, we're set to do that at 16,000 feet and put that in your alternate page. And it sometimes takes a while for it to populate. Okay, so those are done. Return and flight plan. Click route. And we are a silver. Wings, we're flight 441. I've also found that when you try and just import the flight plan, it doesn't, some things go in the wrong places. Now, maybe I did something wrong, but we also don't do really, really long flight plans, so there you go. Let's see. It's going to be TJSJ, TJSJ, and we're going to TNCM, Juliana. And there it is, and execute it. Now then, let's get our clearance and see if they change anything on us, okay? So TJSJ ATIS says information Golf is aboard, is current. Visual approaches runway, departure runway is runway 28. We know that. Intersections closed, bird activity, no alligator activity in the vicinity of the airport. San Juan approaches 119.4. So, comms 119.400. Enter once and enter twice. And if you didn't see it, it changed because there's your radios up there. And let's stop that yellow flashing. That's annoying. Okay, let's turn on the radio a little bit, see if we hear anybody. And turn the airplane sound. All right, we've decided that we are at gate Delta 4 or Delta 5 probably. What's it say?
Between 1704 to center maintain 4000.
Center maintain 4000, 1704.
All right, let's see if we can't get a clearance. San Juan approach. Hi there, Silver Wings 441's at ATR over at the Delta gates with information Golf, requesting clearance to St. Maarten.
Silver Wings 441, San Juan approach. Clear to St. Martin International Airport via radar pictures route 2. Asphalt climb, maintain 5000, expect 17,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency with me, Squawk 5434.
Silver Wings 441 cleared to St. Maarten via radar vector San Juan and then route 2. Our initial climb is 5,000 feet, expecting 17,000, 10 minutes after departure. Our departure's with you, and our squawk is 5434 for Silver Wings 441.
Silver Wings 441, ready back correct. Command when ready to taxi, expect runway 28.
We'll give you a call for taxi and expecting runway 28, Silver Wings 441. Thank you. I still don't know what route 2 is.
SP 293, San Juan approach.
Arthur, you've been looking at you're talking about the airports, right? You're talking about the airport scenery? We've got one or two. I'm trying to remember which one. Okay, let's see if we can get this route 2. So, we know we're going to depart off runway 28, right? Runway 28, none, Oconee, Ganbo, Jets, Gladys. I don't see that at all. So let's do none and execute. All right. After that, our first waypoint is SJU. SJU. And we get the north one. After SJU, let's see if it's over here in Airways. Maybe not, I don't know. Hey, look at that. There's route 2. Yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. Okay, route 2, and that takes us to STT. STT. Okay. SJU to STT, and after that, it's going to be the A638 airway. So click another airway, A638, and our arrival is going to be Sluggo. Yay. And there we go. So it was an airway. Cool. I couldn't find it anywhere. Return and return. Next page, and there is our flight. Coming into Juliana, we are expecting the RNAV to runway 10. There are no stars there anymore, and return. And insert. There we go. Sluggo Cola. I know you're supposed to call it Slugo, but I've always called it Sluggo. I don't know. Let's see. R6 Chavez. Yeah, Sluggo Cola. All right. So flight plan is all aboard, but we got a discontinuity after Sluggo to Avaki. We probably should leave that in there. In case it's busy, they may do vectors. So we're going to be good pilots and leave that in there. Okay, so the flight plan is all good to go. Let's do performance. Transition in this part of the world, I believe it's 18. I think it's 18. Let's see. San Juan charts. Taxi. Approach.
New recruits
Let's just see.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah,
Agent.
18,000
Stay
feet.
sharp.
It's 18,000 feet in this part of the world. Mr. Flyman Fun 2. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. AvGeek's here. Welcome back, AvGeek. Okay, so we got that there. So 18,000 feet, that's good. Speeds are good. Nope, nothing there. Over here, our average winds are going to be 280 at 15 knots. So 280 degrees at 15 knots. Mean winds. Good. Page 3. So the altimeter at Juliana. Altimeter over at Juliana is TNCM. We can just cheat and look at it over here. Transition level is 6.5. Altimeter is 1017. And that's inches of mercury. So come over here and dial in 1017 here. And it says 30.03. 30.03. Transition level, though, that was 6,500, right? Yeah, 6,500 is our transition level. Okay, all of that looks good. And we could also just put in their winds right now. The wind right now is variable at 10. Wind 030 at 7. So 030 at 7. 030 at 7 with no gusts. 030 at 7. Okay, that just puts something in everything there, so that's good. All right, back to page 1, and rotate is at 104 knots. So far, so good, AvGeek. Thank you for coming by. Been doing all right. Staying out of trouble. Nobody's yelled at me yet today, and I had a really good landing over in Skiathos in Greece. I'm not supposed to talk about that much because I'm told I've been a little bit annoying today about that really great landing. It was in Skiathos. Did I mention that? Let's go, and we're going to hit the hydraulic auxiliary pump. It's going to give us 30 seconds worth of hydraulic pressure, and I'm going to turn on the prop brake. All right, we got that. We're going to turn on the wing lights, and we're going to come over here and start engine number 2, and fuel pump goes on. And we're going to go to start A and B and hit starter button. And the starter's coming up, and at 10% we take the prop out of feather. But because we have the prop brake on, it's not going to start the Assassin's Creed swords flipping around. So this is our APU. This becomes our APU. We need to turn on windshield heating and oxygen. And that engine started up nice, so starter goes to off. All right, so we got that going. We did get a squawk code. Our squawk is going to be 5434, so hit surveillance. And that's already set up there, so 5434. You might have to click it. Click it and then do 5434 and enter, and our squawk code is in. AvGeek, I always like to mention, if this is an airplane that you want to learn, I always like to mention that a real-world ATR pilot named Fly with Magnar has 3 really good videos about this airplane. He's a real-world captain and a real-world flight instructor in the ATR, and it's over on YouTube, and they're really good. Cookie to cake, thank you. 3rd place for the win. Thank you, Cookie to Cake. Thanks for some extra cheers. This is not like flying an Airbus. It's not like flying a Boeing. Our initial climb clearance was 5,000 feet. And it's a ridiculously small number right there. And Irvi just put a link in. There it is. Yeah, that's it. Irvi, thank you. Yes, Fly with Magnar. I can't recommend enough if you want to learn this airplane. Altimeter here is 3006. 3006. I'm going to go speed to auto for takeoff. And our heading off the runway is... We're going to depart off of runway 28. And that's going to be 281 degrees. And again, it's a ridiculously small number. So you want to zoom in and make sure. 281, 3006, 5,000 feet. All of that is now set up and ready to go. It's a great regional airplane. Let's see. Eric is not completely mistaken. You had a good landing. Thank you, Eric. Yes, I had a really good landing. JSG Droid had a really good time at your sister's house. Good to see you. Thank you for, well, hey, I thank you for your belief. It was a -13, and I'm going to be enjoying the golden glow from that for quite a while now. JSG Droid, glad you had a good time with family. Thank you for coming in. Let's go ahead and disconnect ground power. Ground power is now disconnected. Let's come over here and get rid of ground power. Close the big cargo door. There's the big cargo door. That looks good too. Let's go, and we've got a checklist. JSG Droid, we are doing San Juan to St. Maarten, and then we're doing a beer run. First flight tomorrow, JSG Droid, is Nuremberg to Copenhagen. A lot of people would like the Dash 8, but we don't have a Dash 8 in the sim, so the ATR is the next best thing. Henry is back in chat. All right, let's go. We've got a checklist. And let's do the cockpit preparation checklist. Parking brake is on. Altimeters are set and checked. Landing elevation is going to be 0. FMS comms and nav are set. Fuel quantity and fuel on board. So come over here, and it used to automatically set this, but now you've got to click it a few times. And so there you go, and reset fuel used, and then confirm your takeoff data over there. So you kind of have to do that one first. Okay. And now we continue with fuel quantity, fuel on board. That FOB, though, it still says 2180. We boarded, according to all this, we boarded a different fuel, but I don't understand why that's wrong. Engine fuel used, we reset that. The memo panel is clear. Power management is takeoff, and we're ready to go. Let's close the doors. It's time to go. Put the tail prop aboard and close the main door. There's the main door. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to do wheel chocks, and everything's clear there, and we'll go to flight plan. Henry is having a great night. Glad you're having a great night. It's good that you're having a great night. Let's do a little stretch there. I think it's almost time to go. So let's come down here and do nav. And we're going to go to the overlay. We're going to turn off terrain, airports, and nav aids. We're going to go down to surveillance. And we're going to start squawking. And we're going to come back over here. And everything's good to go there. Almost time to go. And before propeller rotation checklist. Cockpit door locking system is on. FMS and takeoff data is confirmed. Trim is not set. It's a little gauge up here at the top. It's supposed to be 1.5. And trims are now set. Tail prop is aboard. Doors are closed. Seat belts are on. Let's ask them to put their devices away too. And seat belts, beacon. It's almost time to go. Let's rotate the props. So beacon is going on. Wing lights can go off. I think it's time. Epic Nobody is converting to the dark side. You got 2024 on Game Pass to test it out. I think that if you can make X-Plane work, X-Plane is an incredible backup. I mean, let's say all of a sudden something bad happens with the servers and stuff, because so much of the content of this sim is dependent on the download. So what would we do if all of a sudden the servers were gone, and we couldn't get to the servers anymore? I mean, that's just kind of the way that is. All right, are we ready to go? Agent Johnny Casmatis, did I say that right? Thank you for becoming a subscriber on YouTube. All right, 30 seconds of hydraulic pressure. 30 seconds of hydraulic pressure goes on, and the prop brake goes off. And a propeller starts spinning. Cool. And we're going to push this up to auto. And that goes up there. I'm going to listen in on the radio starting. And it's time to start engine number 1. Fuel pump on. Starter system A and B. And starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. NH percent is going up. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At 10. Feather. And this prop should start spinning. There it goes. And we got a good start there. And let's get this prop up to auto. And that prop goes to auto too. Got a Spirit that just came in. We're going to come over and turn the starter back off. Starter is off. Probe heater's going on. Everything looks good to go there. We are squawking, so all of that's good. Those numbers look good. And we're going to come over here and get this set, and that's all ready to go. It's going to be an LNAV VNAV, so I'm going to arm nav for our departure. Nav is now armed. And it's time for another checklist before taxi. FWS. It's always good. It's a button down below that you press. Cockpit comm hatch is closed. Condition levers are auto. Anti-ice probably not. The electric true system needs to go on. And that's good. Anti-skid test. Anti-skid test is on. And it should be all green, and that works, so the anti-skid test is good. Flaps are going to be... Flaps are 15 degrees. Nose wheel steering is on. We're ready to go. And let's do taxi light on. We're going to come down here and do parking brake off. Toe brakes are on. I'm going to remove the control levers. And make sure that it's going around here. And we've avoided that little push tug there. and stop here. This was Delta 5. Let's get a taxi clearance. San Juan approach, hello again from Silver Wings 441 has started up from Delta 5. Information, Golf remains aboard, requesting taxi.
Silver Wings 441, runway 28, taxi by November, Lima Hotel.
Runway 28, we're taxiing November, Lima, and Hotel for Silver Wings 441. Ready to go? And away we go.
And Spirit Wind 1704, hold short of November, give way the ATR from your right. Hold short of November,
Hey, Spirit, a very big yellow airplane. And November is going to come around here. Aerither, any airplanes? Not really at the moment. Oh, is that for Epic Gaming? I'm sorry. Flying offline to relearn the airplane. It was easier than you remember. Oh, that's a great way to relearn. I will often do that. And somebody in chat was asking earlier today. Why I had so many flights out of Billings down to Denver. Best way to learn these airplanes is to learn, like you just said, offline. JSG Droid, your youngest daughter landed at RCTP from LAX on a Boeing 777. Oh, really? This is a real flight. Connecting flight to Manila. Currently shopping in the airport on the layover. Uh-oh. Somebody shopping at an airport. What could possibly go wrong there? What a great adventure. Is this sort of like a vacation? Is this going to school or something like that? All right, come on down here. Taxi takeoff lights, brakes, takeoff config check. We're good to go. All right, we're supposed to turn November Lima Hotel. November Lima Hotel to runway 28. Red Devil is back. Welcome back, Red Devil. Thanks for coming in. Partner's grandmother is, oh my gosh. Wow. Congratulations. So is there anything good at the RCTP gift shops?
Walker 9970. Radar contact climb maintain 10,000.
Is it? Well, I didn't know either. All right, make sure nobody's coming down over there. Nobody's over there. Always look both ways. Hey, Captain Chris, welcome, welcome. Team USA got an Olympic gold medal in figure skating. You know, some people go to the Olympics and they just skate through them there, right, Captain Chris? Hey, that was an Olympic joke. How about that? Captain Chris made it home. Hey, take your time, Captain Chris. We're just departing from San Juan. We're going over to St. Maarten on VATSIM. Then we will do the bear run.
Walker 9970, turn right.
77 was codenamed Bigfoot in development. JSG Droid is typing fast. I didn't know you were that type. To type fast. All right, out we go. And we'll put the charts away. Minimum takeoff fuel, although I don't know, my fuel is so weird. Minimum takeoff is 15,1586, but the number didn't change there. I still have 2049. Don't know. The 777-200 LR was known as the Super Ranger. All right, I think it's almost time to go. So after takeoff, it's going to be a right turn. I think.
2674, turn right heading 180.
San Juan Center is 118150.
Walker 9978, contact on 17118.15.
Bryce Lee Triceratops is going to call it a night. Thanks for coming in, Bryce. I hope all is well. Have a great evening. See you next time. Red Devil, the reversers work pretty good on this airplane.
Here, wind 441 on departure flight runway heading. Wind 3507, dropping 16, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Silver Wings 441, after takeoff we are runway heading, runway 28, clear for takeoff. Silver Wings 441, strobes. Okay, switch over to heading mode.
Space 789, I want to approach, go.
Are we ready to go?
Space 789, squawk 4362. Space 789, radar contact, 15 miles north of Daytona Airport, 2600. Maintain VFR at about 2500. And they will be flying altimeter 36.
There's a bit of a crosswind today.
American 26, 74. Right heading.
Somebody just did something nice over on YouTube. I'm sorry I can't look away.
Right turning 210, got it for inside for American 2674.
AP. And there's our runway heading. Flaps up.
Silver Wings 441, climb maintain 10,000, say altitude passing.
Silver Wings 441 passing 1,500, climb 10,000 for Silver Wings 441.
Silver Wings 441, turn right heading 060.
Right turn now 060 for Silver Wings 441. 10,000. 060. That got busy. Henry's taking it easy tonight. You know what? I think it's good to take it easy. Very important. Okay, 060 is our heading. Climb to 10,000 feet. Let's go and do our own speeds. There's 190. And let's do IAS climb. Uh-oh. It didn't stop at 060 degrees. The autopilot's not autopiloting. It didn't stop at 060. Bad airplane.
And Silver Wing 441, Turn right heading 110, join route 2.
Let's see. Right turn 110 now for Silver Wings 441.
100, 100.
100 for Silver Wings 441. Oh my gosh.
And you can join the route 2.
And we can rejoin the route from there, Silver Wings 441. Lot of follows and stuff happening. Sorry, I'm missing some good stuff here. We're also going a little too fast. Let's go to climb power. Flaps are up. It got super duper busy. Okay, you gonna go and do heading hold for me, you crazy airplane? There we go. That's good. Heading select. IS climb. AP. You gonna be a good airplane now? All right, I think it's being a good airplane. I don't think it's doing IAS climb. IAS, okay, now, all right, now it's being a good airplane. Let's see here, join the route. Let's come over just a few degrees and get on our route here. Let's see if we can go direct to Fair.
Air Caribbean, 1106
Okay, that's going to get us on our route. Now, are you going to behave? All right, we're climbing way too slow, you crazy airplane. You need 180 on the climb or less, because this thing's big. Those little engines don't climb very good. Okay, this looks good. No, I did not set VNAV on this one. Because it wasn't the VNAV. No, I generally don't trust this for. I don't usually trust this for VNAV, especially on a departure. I've gone into the ground. Baba Shag just came in to chat. Osaka to Hong Kong. Baba Shag, thank you for coming in and saying hi. Osaka to Hong Kong.
Reinforcements incoming.
I hope that's
More
a fun
agents
flight.
joining the spy flight.
This airplane's a little loud. Let's turn the airplane down a little bit. Got a nice raid from Flyby Gas. Thank you for the raid. All right, that looks a little better. And oh my gosh, where was the before takeoff checklist?
American 2674, welcome to the one-side parking.
All that was good. After takeoff, landing gear is up, flaps are up, power management is climb, engine bleeds are on, taxi and takeoff lights, and altimeters are checked and set. All right. How did I miss that?
I'll have whole position for you shortly.
Okay.
Left turn.
Over here.
November 1, November, and
let's go to performance on this page.
And approach.
And we're going to go to progress on this page.
American 1691, runway 28, taxi by November Lima Hotel. Silver Wings 441, contact on 118.15.
118.15 now for Silver Wings 441. Thanks for the departure. Have a great week.
You too, sir.
118.15. This is going to be San Juan Center.
Without instructions.
Just getting ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Jet 2788 is now direct drinking.
Probably not AvGeek. San Juan Center. Hi there. Silver Wings 441 is passing 7,200 for 10,000 feet.
Silver Wings 441 San Juan Center. Hello. Climb maintain 17,000. San Tomas altimeter 3004.
3004 on the altimeter. Climb now 17,000 for Silver Wings 441. So 17,000. There we go. Is that 17th? It is. And 1004 on the altimeter. Yeah, there we go. 3004. Okay, good. So AvGeek, yeah, I've been looking at a screen right now for about 4 hours today, so probably won't Henry has got work tomorrow. Oh my gosh. I hope that you have a good evening off and getting back to work is not too traumatic. All right, we're on our course, I hope. Nope, we're not actually. Let's go to Turo. From here, we could probably do that. So DTO, Turo, and nav. I think we should be good. Sean is getting ready for the Super Bowl. So what kind of food have you got? If you're watching the big game tonight, what kind of food have you got for the game? Did you just send out for pizza? Did you make anything really good? Performance. LNAV is engaged. IAS climb is engaged, going to 17,000 feet. And that looks good. Everything's great. Avgeek says California will be lit tonight, particularly SoCal. You mean on VATSIM? We can't have a Boeing hat in ATR. NorCal. You're talking about on VATSIM, so there's going to be a lot of traffic around there? Yep, can't have a Boeing hat in ATR. The hat police will be displeased. Everything, VATSIM and IRL. Coming up on 10,000 feet. We could go ahead and just do our lights now. 10,000 feet, landing lights, taxi lights. I'm going to turn off devices. And yep, the lights actually work in the cabin on this airplane. So you see, there's the devices. The light's still on. I think we have to do the seat belts to get them off. But yep, some of them work. Not all of them. Sean has got Tostitos and dips for today. Avgeek says that San Jose is already online. Oh, I'll bet they're online. So 10,000 feet. Starter is off. Beacon nav strobes. Nothing to worry about there. Nothing to worry about there. No other white lights.
Number 45 Zulu Hotel, Aguadilla, October 3008.
And the airplane's going pretty good. There's a little bit of a sloppy departure. That was a touch sloppy for me. All right, so over here. So there's our departure over here under the camera picture. There we are. There's our little airplane over here. So we have to go over Cyril E. King and Terrence B. Lettsome airports. So we're going to go over these two and over to Juliana. Giovanni, welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. Having fun. Got a nice flight for us today. Let's see what's happening over the big football game. So let's see. We've got Oakland Center is up. LA Center is up. Albuquerque Center is up. So everything in the Southwest is currently on right now. Let's see. SJC. So for the big airport by the game, they've got 10 arrivals, 4 departures, and a couple of flight plans. So not much going on there. Let's see. Anything north? Let's see. We've got Vancouver is up right now, and everybody else is pretty quiet at the moment. Looks like Daytona is done with 500 minutes of VATSIM at Daytona Beach. Let's see. Cancun is up. Cuba is up.
New recruit detected.
So there's some interesting stuff.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Station.
Javikas, did I say her name right? Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in.
Julian approach, THL 66.
Once we get
27,
into Princess
Wichita,
Juliana
inbound,
Airport, we're going to go
Timothy.
and get off of
We are at flight
VATSIM,
level 210.
and we're going to go over to what's called Microsoft Flight Simulator
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Multiplayer, and we're going to do the beer
flight
run.
level 70.
Ocean,
flight
Soma,
five,
thank you for
five,
your
six,
follow.
and
Welcome
test
in.
flight level
Thanks
70,
for stopping by
Digital
tonight.
6627.
Ticket show 6627, radar contact over Zapata intersection, flight level 204, descend flight level
So
70.
clearly
clear
did
direct
something
Umana,
wrong
RNAV
with my
10 into
fuel.
Juliana.
Because it shouldn't say, I could not load the right fuel
Direct to Mana
at all.
and flight level 70.
So I've got to figure out what I'm doing
10
wrong with
and
fuel on this
detail
airplane.
Ticket
Oh,
show
whoop,
6627,
I clicked it one
reduce
too
speed
many.
to 10 knots, please.
Should be climb power, not cruise.
Increase speed for DHL 67.
And here
Speed
is our turn
210
at
knots for
Nally.
sequence into Juliana.
Speed 210 knots, DHL 667.
Couple nice little islands over there. There's our turn.
23 Papa, descend altitude 2,600 feet, clear RNAV approach runway 10 via Avaki, maximum forward speed onto 5 mile final for sequence.
Juliana ATIS is available. Information Delta, still doing the RNAV approach runway 10. Altimeters get flipped at 6,500. Not very windy, good visibility.
For the runway.
So we're all good there.
We'll keep it on maximum plane speed if you can, sir.
All right, so we are, it says 4,013 miles to go.
And they can head 6627,
Really?
fly heading 280 degrees. I'll be vectors for descent, also for spacing. Heading 280 degrees.
Something's weird after Avaki, between Avaki and on-bed. What is in between those in the flight plan? Flight
And they can head
plan.
6627.
Now I have left the discontinuity open between Sluggo,
Complete speed for DHL
so it doesn't like Lessor.
Yeah, heading
Lessor or
280, that will be vectors for
Mapon.
sequence.
Roger, we have 280 on the heading for sequence DHL 667.
Okay.
Walker 9970.
That's the problem with all of with the
Juliana after Slugo, clear direct Avaki, maintain flight level 110.
Okay, something's really weird about that. I'm going to guess that that's probably old nav data. I'm going to guess that, and we've got to figure out a way to update the nav data in this. I did leave this, so it looks like after Sluggo, they're letting us go over to Avaki, so let's just go ahead and close that route discontinuity. And we've still got something weird after Avaki. It doesn't like the runway at all.
They get 6627, very good turn, and spacing's loose good now, so right turn direct Umana again, descend altitude 2,600, clear
Does
RNAV
it
approach
dislike
runway 10.
Mapon?
Yeah,
Doesn't
Umana.
even like Mapon.
And San Juan Center.
Okay, that at least gets those weird waypoints out, and will be visual after Avaki
Was having
anyway.
difficulties with the autopilot.
Difficulties with the autopilot.
1691 San Juan Center, climb and then
Let's see what happens if we try to put those in manually, because that's being really weird.
And Delta Hotel Kilo 6627.
let's try and pop this
6627, right
in.
turn direct Umana.
Let's do flight plan.
And 6627, you're
After
clear,
Avaki, so before on bed, let's try and do LESOR. LESOR. Lessor.
Walker 9970,
and Maarten.
reduce speed to 10 knots
MAPON.
for spacing. American 2879,
And
contact
insert.
one approach now,
New
119.4.
recruit detected. Welcome aboard.
Okay, it took
Station.
those. Scruffy Nerfer, thank you for the follow.
Yeah.
It took those. Let's see if we can put the numbers in. So at Lessor, it's going to be 7,000 feet. So 7,000 feet at Lessor.
Roger, report back.
Wilco, Papa Juliet 767.
Okay, 7,000 feet. Let's see. Do we put this in? Altitude constraint, 7,000 at Lessor, right? No, 17. 1,700, not 7. 1700. Let's make that altitude constraint. And at Maarten, we don't care. All right, that's good. Back to flight plan. And 17,000 at Avaki, it's 2,600. That one's correct. I don't know why it didn't load in there. Martel's going to call it a night. Good night, Martel. Thank you for coming in. Hope you had a good weekend. My gosh, the weekend's already over, isn't it? Uh-oh, here we go. So, coming up on 17,000 feet.
For descent, or do we level at 7,000? Not descend, altitude 2,600, clear RNAV approach via Umana, and then start that right turn direct Umana. Or if you
No
don't have
altitude
Umana,
at
direct
Sluggo,
Avaki. Let me
so
know
I
if you
think
need
we're good to
correction.
go.
Roger,
Thanks for coming by, Martel. Have a wonderful evening. Good start to your week. We'll catch you next time.
Roger, executing right turn towards Havana.
Walker 9970, continue reducing speed, give me 200 knots. 200
And there's our
knots,
17,000.
Then descend and maintain 3,000 feet, QNH 1017.
Speed 220 knots, and then descend and maintain 3,000. QNH 1017, Walker 9970.
And the speed is 200, 200. Paper 23 Papa, wind 050 degrees 9 knots from 1 circle land.
It looks like this controller is the only one, so no tower ground radius like that.
One approach now, 119.4.
So here we are over here. I think it's flyable, so I am having one problem. I have a couple of problems, like the nav data is not updating correctly. The weight is being weird. So the weight and the fuel are being weird. But most of it works okay. I mean, we're flying San Juan to St. Maarten, and it's going pretty good. I don't think I would take this into, vectors to Copenhagen or Frankfurt Friday. But right now, especially if you want all your numbers to be working out just fine, and right now my numbers are a little, like I said, it's being a little weird. But, we haven't caused an incident or anything. All right, let's go to nav and ND overlay, and we need to go to normal. And normal is good. Back over to comms. Comms are good. And everything looks good there.
Recycle transponders, Squawk 2432.
Okay, so we're at 17,000 feet. We've got speeds coming up. I usually will just bug this at 210 and let the airplane handle it. So I'm going to bug 210, but we'll see what we get. Now we can go to cruise. There's cruise power. And we'll see, in this one. Now, if we were in the smaller version of this airplane, Silver Wings 441, now direct Slugo. It's Slugo. I'm kidding, of course. Slugo.
9970, continue.
But Slugo's just more cool to say, right? And are we making the turn? Yep, we are.
180 knots.
Slugo, here we come. 60 miles to Slugo.
Subscriber confirmed.
Oh my gosh, cool
Top clearance
islands
granted,
now.
Agent.
AMG just became a resubber. Hey, thanks for the resub, AMG. Thank you for being here for 37 months. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Slick one. No, I don't trust it with that yet. I'm afraid I don't trust it with that yet. Now, maybe it's just because I don't know enough about the airplane and I'm doing something wrong, but every time I've tried to go into this, it hasn't been very good. So I basically just put it into cruise mode and then, you know, see where we're going to be around 210 or so. So if we go to performance, doesn't really give much of a speed in there at all on the performance page here. Our cruise mode is max cruise. I guess that's about it. VAP's going to be about 102 over the numbers. Oh wow, this was a real shortcut. Look at that. So over here, instead of going all the way up there, that's a nice shortcut. If you're brand new to flight simming, but you could basically fly like the Cessna 152 and take it off and land it, our next flight is for just anybody. We're not going to be on VATSIM. We're not going to have any rules to follow. We're going to go and do a 3-hop, a little triangle hop between the airport that we're going to and 2 little island airports, and then back to Juliana. And I'm taking the Twin Otter. If all you know is the Cessna 152 or the 172, that's fine. You can do that. Josias, welcome aboard. I don't know what those words are, but welcome in and thanks for coming by. There's Slugo, and everything else is great. We've got a descent checklist already ready to go. I don't think we need to do that right now. Landing elevation, it's 0 feet. It's gonna be 0.
You are 11 miles intro of a
FMS, nav, and performance are going to be set. Decision height. It's an RNAV. It's what, 18,000 feet or something? Bakian, welcome in. Thanks for coming in today. Thank you for stopping by. Welcome. Minimums are 700 feet. So we got to see the runway at 700 feet. So we'll just dial that in as our MDA. It's a small number over here in the artificial horizon. So 700 feet. And it's just going to scream minimums at us, and at that point we have to say, I see the runway, and that means we're legal to land.
Uniform Alpha, San Juan Center, Roger. Maintain VFR auto below 1,500, and
the altimeter is 1017. Altimeters are actually checked and set, so we can probably do this. FWS is clear, landing elevation is checked, FMS, nav, and performance is set, decision height is set, briefing, we've been doing that, our descent checklist is done.
Walker 9970.
I know, yes, my briefings are pretty standard, right? Well, we're going to get in our sim airplane. We're going to go from point A to point B, and if you want to bring brew in the cockpit, you can have brew in the cockpit. You can have pizza too. Briefing is done. So, yep, we did our briefing. Although we do like to acknowledge that some of our pilots aren't wearing briefs, they're wearing boxers. A few are wearing a thong, and some are wearing other things, and we're not going to talk about that tonight, because we want to stay out of trouble.
And November 55 Tango, question November Tango 55 Whiskey, you're cleared to Peterborough via radar vectors, use then flight plan route, initial climb level 150,
40 miles to Slugo.
Walk 7306.
So top of descent is in 55 nautical miles. And the airport is 98 miles away.
The startup is approved, advisory for taxi, and QNH 1017.
Wow, it's getting dark fast out here. When we do our beer run flight, which is next, you're gonna have to change the time and make it daylight, because the first airport we're going to does not have runway lights. They have taxiway lights, but they don't have any runway lights.
And November the 8th uniform Alpha, is going to San Bart, question to San Bartolome?
Correct, for uniform Alpha.
Okay, November 328 uniform Alpha, maintain BFR auto below 1,500 and squawk 1200 BFR. And advisory for taxi, startup is approved. You can expect runway 10, QNH 1017.
Polyot wants suggestions for airplanes to take on the beer run. I don't think the Antonov, I think the Antonov is longer than the runways on the beer run. Let's see. Well, we know you've done the Airbus cargo plane, and that worked out okay.
Welcome to Princess Juliana, backtrack runway 10,
let's
vacate
see.
via Delta, parking your choice.
What does Polyot want to take on the beer run?
Final is A, Airbus 320.
Okay, Delta, activate backtrack on 10, oncoming traffic 6627.
Polyot says if Irvi flies the Antonov, Polyot will fly the Antonov. I don't even remember how to start that airplane up. I don't even remember how to start it.
Welcome on board. Sorry about the late. Quebec Wings 441, cross Lugo at a maintain for level 110.
Flight level 110 at Slugo for Silver 441.
Air France 445, roger, push and start approved, facing east. And they got 6627, they got 6627.
It's not calculating top of descent. We're going to have to do it manually. Probably my fault. I didn't set it up right. So let's do vertical speed. And this should give us a descent point.
627, reporting runway 10.
Thank you, and just the advice, there's an Airbus 332 be pushing back out of Alpha 3 if I'm not mistaken. I'll probably be wrong.
Okay, we're going to start our descent at 1,500 feet per minute and see how that works. All right, now it's saying that we don't need to go down quite this fast.
Wind 050 degrees, 9 knots, QNH 1017, runway 10, clear land.
Hookem, yeah, this is fairly normal. Usually this would be the last flight. Sometimes on the weekends I stay a little bit longer. Depends on the day, kind of what we're doing. The next flight's going to be really easy. No ATC, no rules, just hop in your airplane and fly like a banshee. Irvi will not be able to join the beer run tonight. You have an American friend that wants to play Snow Runner.
Delta is anchoring for Juliana, expect RNAV approach runway 10.
Silver Wings 441 cleared for the RNAV, runway 10.
Yep, you're not clear just yet. Just expect that, and you can expect the RNAV 10 after Slugo. You can fly direct at backing, maintain level 110.
Got it. Okay, wrong word. Silver Wings 441, we are expecting the RNAV, runway 10. After Slugo, direct to Vaki, maintain flight level 110. So Irvi's going to play Snow Runner today. I'm sure that there is a snow joke out there. I just don't know where to find it.
Air France 3, Air France 343, Air France 343, San Juan Center, you up on frequency?
Airplane's going a little fast. Let's pull the props back a little bit.
345, radio check.
And we're already programmed to go direct to Avaki after that.
3485.
So back to performance.
And super question.
And we're going to go over, and we've already got everything set up for landing. I'm trying to get closer to 210 knots here. And there's 11,000 feet at Sluggo. Wow, it got dark fast.
970, Roger. Right turn heading 180, climb maintain 3000.
Let's turn on a few more lights just to make it easier to see us. So logo lights, and let's turn the wing lights on.
Okay, 9970, what was the reason for the door?
Too high on the approach and no plan.
Roger.
It does not like VNAV right now. Well, that's just tough. We have to be at 11,000 feet here at Sluggo, and it apparently didn't get the memo.
Silver Wings 441, gonna traffic just one around into Juliana, so you can expect vectors for the INAV 10. Let's do this. For now, flight present heading, that'll be vectors for the RNAV.
Okay, present heading now, and that's vectors for the RNAVs. Silver Wings 441.
Reinforcements incoming.
It's Sim
Vectors
Caesar.
joining the strike
Hey,
flight.
Sim Caesar, live and direct from Caesar's Palace and some of the best pizza on the internet. Hi, Sim Caesar. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the raid. Welcome on in. We are just getting ready to take the Silver Wings ATR, which is kind of hard to see because it's really dark right now. And we are taking the ATR into St. Maarten, and then we're going to do the beer run.
Subscriber confirmed.
But Sim Caesar, welcome. Thank you for coming in today. Sim Caesar also has been a subscriber here, helping me to keep my life in gear and going for 61 months. Thank you for 61 months of great support. And thank you for being here. And thanks also, if you don't know, Sim Caesar has another channel called The Jump Seat. And The Jump Seat is if you're a brand new pilot to Flight Sim and you're a little bit jumpy about all this, Sim Caesar's channel, The Jump Seat, is all for jumpy people. Kidding, The Jump Seat is Sim Caesar and Mustafa flying shared cockpit in very big jets. CT Aviation says, let's change the clock. You could do that. You could go over to the little cloud, and we can go to custom weather, which preserves the weather, and roll the clock back a little bit. Let's do it that way. That's a great idea. Sim Caesar, thank you for coming by today. Tyra Goth is here. Hi, Tyro.
And you can expect some delay here.
Jet 2788 back in cockpit.
Welcome back.
Okay, we don't need some of these lights now. I'm going to turn off the wing lights and the logo lights.
And can you accept a... Actually, you know what? The use caution, Airbus 332 is taxi to holding point Charlie. Taxi to holding point Alpha, runway 10 behind the traffic. And
how's fuel?
The assigned squawk code.
19, 1.9. I think we're great for fuel. No reason to panic there.
Welcome 9970, report establish on final, please.
Roger, report
Silver Wings 441, flight direct Avaki, maintain, descend and maintain 3,000 feet, QNH 1017.
1017 on the altimeter, descending now 3,000 feet, and we are direct to Avaki for Silver Wings 441. All right. Let's go direct to Avaki. And descend and maintain 3,000. How we doing over here? Yep, 3,000, that looks good. Let's reduce our speed. Props need to go down. I don't want to go and pick up a ton of speed here. There we go. That's pretty good. Let's continue to wheel this thing around here. Okay, so that looks good. Speed about 210 is what I'd rather do at this point. And we got 20 miles to get to Avaki.
Make sure you're squawking 7306. That was your assigned.
All right, now let's go direct to. So DTO, Avaki, execute, and now nav. And that should take care of the right and left. Now we just have to worry about up and down. Okay, altimeter's checked and set. Let's see. Are we going to make it down there? Let's probably going to have to increase our rate of descent a bit. And let's decrease our props a little bit. And that's going to put us below 3,000, at 3,000 feet before Avaki. So we're good to go there. VNAV is going to be upset with us, but it'll just have to get over it.
Air France 445,
It'll just have to get over it. Okay, now we're going too slow. Remember, we got jets around us, so we don't want to go too slow. Okay, let's bring the map in a clip. Let's also come down here. And what we're going to do is we're going to change to below for traffic. So we're looking below for traffic. I know, those pesky jets always getting in the way, right? All right, looking good. Everything's great. But Captain, we're out of Colombian coffee. Yeah, we got enough beverage to get there. We've got enough beverage to get there. All right, there's 10 miles. I'm going to now bug 180.
767, descend to cross Gudar, maintain, follow 70.
I hear the Gouda waypoint is kind of cheesy. Okay, we're going to reduce our speed a little here at Avaki. Come on down to performance. And we're going to go to next page. VAP is 102. Let's call it 110 to land. Jason, this is the ATR. It's a small little propeller plane. Kind of just recently, Silver Airways recently went bankrupt, but it's a cute little commuter prop plane. Okay, there's 180. Bring those props back up.
1106 and 110 climb and 10 follow 210.
210, Air Caribbean Airlines.
No auto throttle.
By winds 441 over Avaki, clear, RNAV approach runway 10, descend altitude 2,600.
Descend now 2,600 overhead Avaki, cleared for the RNAV, runway 10, Silver Wings 441. So continue down to 2,600. That looks good. A little fast. Irby had a good landing. Irby had a minus 191, 1.15 Gs. That's a very nice landing. Way to go, Irby. The plane when you need to get off your home island. Jason, so you've been on the ATR before? And we do not want to dehead anybody on Maho Beach. Well, we do have Assassin's Creed swords on the wings, so they may have to duck. Okay, let's reduce our rate of descent a little bit here.
Juliana is popping.
Good evening, November 419 Delta Bravo, requesting VFR to St. Bart's. Follow.
Number 419 Delta Bravo, unable flight follow at this time, but maintain VFR out of below 1,500, squawk 1200, startup is approved, QNH 1017, attach ready for taxi, expect runway 10.
Expect runway 10, and I apologize. Can you repeat squawk code, please?
Yep, BFR. It's 1200. That's a BFR code.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reduce our rate of descent now. Somebody just became a subscriber on YouTube. Have something. I'm sorry I didn't see it fast enough. Jason says the ATR replaced the Saab A320s that you used to fly. Okay, we're looking good. 1700. I'm going to reduce that now and let the airplane do some of the work for me.
Papa Juliet November Echo Zulu, descend altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1017.
And now we're going to be at 2,600 over Avaki just fine. And we're going to get 1,700 at Lesor. And we just have to adjust it about 100 feet above and beyond, you know, up or down. And this should be great. Okay, last click of the map. Okay, let's see. Let's get ready to fly. Let the airplane do some work here. Approach checklist. Seatbelts are on. Now they've been on the whole flight. Let's have devices on.
November Tango
Lights going on. Landing lights. Altimeter's checked and set. Cabin altitude is good. Before landing. Cabin crew. Okay, next speed. We said 110. And here's our turn. I'm going to start reducing speed a little bit here. We can start rolling out some flaps. Our descent continues. 2,600 almost over Avaki. That's nice. We'll hit Lesor at 1,700. And flaps 1. Flaps are 1. I don't see the airport. And we said 110. We don't want to get any slower than that. There we go. There's 110. I got the airport. Got the runway. How about landing gear? Gear going down. Add a little bit of power because that's going to add some drag. And let's reduce our rate of descent a little bit at about 700 feet per minute. That's nice. A little more power. Actually, we're going to do something Jason called the beer run next. And that's something that we've done on this flight, on the spy flight for a long time. We basically take off from Juliana and we go to St. Bart's, Saba, and back. And we're going to do that in multiplayer. So if you're new to flight sim, you can fly along and nobody's going to yell at you. And landing checklist is good. Got the airport.
Silver Wings 441, you can expect late landing clearance, traffic departing prior to your arrival.
Silver Wings 441, expecting late landing clearance.
And Papa Juliet 767, expect
Captain Chris has got Stanley Cup filled up with snacks. You're ready for a good beer run.
Maintain level 70.
Flaps are 2.
Expect our nav approach runway 10 after vacuum maintain flight direct. After good and flight direct vacuum maintain.
AP is off. Captain's got the airplane.
Papa Juliet November Echo Zulu, descend altitude 2,600 feet, clear RNAV approach runway 10 via Avaki. Radar contact, climb for level 430, traffic now will be at your 12 o'clock on the turn, on the left turn, and about 7
No guidance on this, we'll just have to do this on our own. Okay, flaps are good, everything's ready to go. Gear down 3 green.
Silver Wings 441, wind 050 degrees 9 knots, runway 10 clear land.
Runway 10 clear to land for Silver Wings 441. After landing, exiting.
Aircraft 445, left turn direct Manolo, very good turn, very good job, thank you.
November 419 Delta Bravo.
Jeff the Hawkeye guy, welcome back, Jeff. So a Stanley Cup filled up with snacks for a good beer run. There's a cheesy story about the beer run. We'll tell you about that. You don't need to do a flight plan, and the beer run is always in multiplayer. This is basically a big old free-for-all. Total free-for-all.
And who was that?
Lima Sierra 1.
Lima Sierra 1, San Juan Center, hello. You should be maintaining 1010,000 previous assigned. So climb maintain for level 210.
Flight 210, and I was not told about that. Sorry, Lima Sierra 1.
Landing.
Air France 343, Air France 343, San Juan.
We don't do it weekly, Jeff.
November.
At the most, it's every other week. I really don't want
Left
any,
turn
you know,
for some
people to
reason,
get
left
tired of
turn to
this.
Maintain 180. Correction, the right turn just started.
Come in a little bit low so that we can buzz the people on the beach and give them a little thrill.
Radar vectors. Do you know what? Right turn direct use at this time. Flight direct use. Direct use. No worries. Who was clear? Who was ready for taxi downstairs on Juliana?
419 Delta Bravo.
419 Delta Bravo. Use caution. Taxi to holding point Alpha runway 10.
To holding point Alpha. 419 Delta Bravo. November 328 Alpha.
Korea 480. Caribbean 485 San Juan Center, squawk 1045. And Air France 343 San Juan, you're up on frequency?
Not bad. That one wasn't too terribly bad at all.
Papa Julia 767, descend altitude 2,600 feet, clear RNAV approach runway 10 via Abaki.
Descend and maintain 2,600 and clear RNAV approach runway 10, Papa Juliet 76.
Silver Wind 441, welcome to Juliana. The parking your discretion, sir.
Parking's ours. Thank you for some nice ATC. Hope it's a good weekend from Silver Wings 441.
Thank you for flying, man, as always.
Let's go over to where we're going to depart from, which is over here in the in the island commuter area. So we'll go over there. Let's see. Everything's looking good there. Let's pop that off. And we're going to kind of come around, make sure nobody's around there. Yeah, this is a cool airplane. There's a couple of things that, it's still trying to figure out here. But it's gotten so much better. I mean, it used to be I could not put this into hotel mode or anything like that. And that one was kind of a thing. Next flight is in multiplayer. And getting into multiplayer is not hard, but it's not easy. And you do have to take a few steps at the right time. And I'll show you what those steps are when we get into the gate. We're going to have to recycle the simulator and all. So I'll show you how to recycle the sim and everything like that. It's going to be a 3-hop. I'm taking my favorite, which is the little Twin Otter here. And we're going to kind of come into this area here. Oh, we got a little thunderstorm action here right now. So normally they put the little Twin Otters over here. I could guess that maybe they bring a couple of these, although I'd imagine they want to put this over at the terminal area. And let's go ahead and do one of the turnaround areas, because you get off in the back stairs here. So we'll go and grab one of the turnarounds. I know I've got to update. I thought I updated GSX though this morning. I really thought I got it done, Avalars. Okay, it's a little bit bigger than an otter, so we'll start the turn a little sooner. Okay, so here's the turn here. And around we go. And now a hard turn around here. And engines up, don't let it stop. Oh, shouldn't have stopped the other engine for this turn. Shouldn't have stopped this one. Let's take it out of feather. We're going to need a little more oomph. All right, come on, airplane. Got to get around this turn. Ah, there we go. There we go. I'll update it again tonight. We don't really need it for this. There we go. That's about as good as that's going to get. Okay. Let's see. That needs to go down to feather, control lock, and parking brakes. Let's turn off the nose light. Nose light is going off. Strobes, everything else is off there. We'll turn off devices. Let them use cell phones and say, hi, guess what? We're here. And all this is good. And then the center, that can go off. This one goes to feather. And so those are going to start spinning down a little bit. And that looks really good. And that's great. Let's come on down here and we're going to do the prop brake. And prop brake on this one. And that's going to stop this one from spinning really quick. This one kind of takes its time to spin down. I needed it to make the turn. Otherwise, that would have been stopped long before now. Okay, so leave the wing lights on because we're going to stay in hotel mode. Beacon can go off. Seatbelts can go off. Go to the aircraft. We need wheel chocks, ground power, door open, put the tail prop in, and the cargo door goes open. And we made it. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested. Although this thing's still spinning there, so, you know, try not to get your head in the way. All right, beer run time. Let's see, how bad was the landing? How bad was the landing? We did... Really? Is it that heavy? Minus 279, 1.06 Gs. Well, gee, that's no good. All right, let's go ahead and start recycling a few things. Turn off Volanta. We don't need that for this flight. And we're going to recycle this as well. So main menu and main menu. Again, if you're a beginner, this is something you can do. If you can make your plane go up and down. Now, I will tell you that the runways are a little bit tough, but that's okay. We're doing this for fun. No scores are going to be kept on this one. And what I'll do is let's come over here and let's look at the flight plan while the computer just kind of catches its breath. So go to flights, new flight. And we're going to select our departure runway. So TNCM, add it to the room. Lampion is a subscriber over on YouTube. Thank you for being a subscriber on YouTube. Select the arrival runway. Same thing, TNCM. So there's our flight right there. Now what we're going to do is click the pencil, and I'm going to put in two other airports here. TFFJ and TNCS. And say done. And now when we zoom the map out a little bit, you can see we have our own Caribbean triangle. Uh-oh, what could possibly go wrong there? So basically what we're going to do is take off from Juliana and go to St. Bart's, land, go from St. Bart's to Saba, land, and go back to Juliana. You're going to have to change the time on this particular flight, but that's okay. It's easy to do. Let's see. We're not on VATSIM, we're on multiplayer. So here's how we do multiplayer. First, start SIM. And while that's going on, nothing else to worry about here. We don't need anything over on that web browser. And is there anything else to turn off? We don't need the KD Pilot app for audio because there's no audio on this, but we will keep the jazzy songs going. This airport right here, you go over a hill and dive for the runway. This one is very, very short runway. You're going to say, oh, holy moly, do they have, you know, an arrestor hook like on an aircraft carrier or something like that. OTG, thank you for coming in today. Thank you for the follow. And I need to update the title. There is no flight plan. And our next flight, our first flight tomorrow is going to be Vectors to Copenhagen. I'm departing out of Nuremberg. That's a big VATSIM event. That's a big old leveled up kind of an event. So and have a little light jazz playing too. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Fact is, we've been flying for 5 hours and 33 minutes. Do you need to update your beverage? While this is loading, now's a great time to stand up and go get an additional beverage. I'm going to go and grab that too. Let's first look outside and see if there's weather. Clouds are increasing, 61 degrees. Wow, how about that? Okay, give me just a few. Be right back. As somebody once said, please don't touch that remote. All right, beverage glass is full. Everything's set. No autopilot really needed on this flight. This is all kind of stick and rudder. Let's see. Sim objects are loading, so it shouldn't take too long. Now then, before you load your airplane, you got to make a couple of changes to your settings before you even start loading your airplane to smoothly get in and out of multiplayer. So Lee, helicopters are pretty cool. Yeah, of course helicopters are great. Thing is, when you fly a lot of fixed wing airplanes, and that's what you do, learning to fly a helicopter is hard. You know, you're used to being more of a fixed wing pilot as opposed to learning about, you know, that rotating wing that you've got on top of you and stuff. So you know, as the joke goes over in airplane, it's a completely different kind of flying altogether. And so the hard part is, you know, getting into that. We had a couple of helicopters over in X-Plane that were pretty good. And I think there's a couple of helicopters that are pretty good in Microsoft Flight Simulator. The thing is, you've also got to use a different set of like control sensitivities for your joystick and your rudder pedals, those sensitivities have to be completely different, and I don't really have those set up at all. They're not great. They're not good at all. So I need to spend some time learning that. But helicopters are cool, and you can do some interesting things. There was a helicopter that came out in X-Plane, and we had some really good scenery. So did a really fun helicopter tour around Denver and flew it up past Genesee, Loveland, and over the up to the Eisenhower tunnels on I-70 going west out of Denver. And that was a fun helicopter tour, and that was just with ortho scenery and X-Plane. It's probably pretty amazing in Microsoft Flight Simulator scenery. But yeah, it's helicopters can be kind of cool. All right, loading weather world data. We're at 68%. Boy, this takes forever. Zerzar wants to have some flights in the background as you work. Well, you know, yeah, that's kind of the cool thing. If you're working, you can actually pop some, pop a flight up on your screen at work. Override, some helicopters flew over your house heading to the Super Bowl. So you must be pretty close to San Jose then. Oh yeah, they usually do some flyovers of the stadium before the game, don't they? Remember, we're also going to change the time a little bit on this flight. Okay, come on, Microsoft. This takes forever. Override, you're 15 minutes from the ballpark? Really? And it was. Oh, I imagine it was. I imagine that they were a lot lower than they would normally fly. I would imagine they were a lot lower than they would normally fly. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Almost. The blue progress bar at the bottom's almost done. You could see them really clearly. Oh, yeah. Well, as low as they probably were, that's probably true. All right. Looks like we're good. As soon as the big start thing shows up at the bottom, I always like to wait another 10, 15 seconds and kind of let the sim settle down from loading. And now we're going to go to start. Before you do anything else, you need to go and change some settings. So go to the upper right-hand corner and go to the little gear and click the gear. Okay? After you do that, we're going to go to online. So let me get that goofy guy with the camera out of the way. Go to online, click online. Okay, we've got to do two things. We got to turn on multiplayer. We're on the East USA server, and then show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. Okay, we got to go do that. Next thing that we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go to graphics. Go to graphics, go all the way to the bottom to global rendering quality. Go to the bottom, you can see a lot of these things. Fauna, seatbelts, sea traffic, road traffic. I got a lot of those things turned off, right? But what I want to do is I think it's parked aircraft quality, maybe, and I'm going to turn both of those on. And maybe aircraft traffic quality too. It's one of those two and I always forget. So we're just going to turn those on. And then the last thing that you could do is go to flight interface. And there's something at the bottom here. It says show traffic nameplates. This is cool, but the problem is you can't see the runway usually when you land to turn on the traffic nameplates. So as much as I want to see your nameplates and stuff, well, let's turn it on and see what we see. Maybe it'll be too much. We can change it. Okay, and so that's what we need. Let's come on and hit save and go back. And now we're pretty much done with that. Now let's go get our airplane. So free flight. And I'm going to go and get my de Havilland Twin Otter. So it's going to be a DHC6. And there is our Twin Otter. Cool. Let's go to configure and see if we want wheels. Let's see if my livery for... nope, the livery didn't load in. Rats. We'll just stay with the shark. Save and go back. Thought I loaded it in. And save and go back. All right, now then, one last thing we got to do for multiplayer. Before you find your airport, go to flight conditions in the upper right-hand corner. Click it. Make sure that weather and time is live, air traffic is off, and multiplayer needs to be set to all players. Okay? Save and go back. Now let's go to Princess Juliana Airport. So TNCM. Hey, IQB, welcome aboard. Let's do Princess Juliana Airport. And come on in. Zoom all the way down. These little putt-putts usually take off from over here. And you're not going to be able to see anybody, so just go ahead and click gate ramp, set it as your departure, and start the flight. And we'll wait a second. We did the third flight. It was a good one. We're doing a fourth. This is just the spy flight beer run. And here we go. And now you can see some other airplanes on the ground, so people are here. Now then, you can also see it's really dark here. So because it's really dark, what we need to do is we need to go and go ready to fly, and we need to change to daylight because our first arrival airport does not have landing lights along the runway, so you can't see it. So click the little cloud, go to custom weather, and just leave it alone, and then slide the clock back a little bit. And that should be good. Now you'll be able to see the runway. So this is my goofy little de Havilland Twin Otter. It's a great little airplane. We got to take off some stuff, so take off the pitot tube cover and the windshield cover, and take off the engine covers, and there we go. All ready to go here. Let's get in the cockpit. Shift C. All right, so basically at this point, if you're flying along, now you just start your airplane and get it going. Another thing is if you did create this little flight plan in here in Navigraph, click the little triangle and you'll have an airplane that shows where you are, and that way you won't get lost. Okay? So go ahead and start your plane. The Twin Otter, I love the purple, floor here. We're going to turn off the control lock. We're going to get rid of the clipboards. I'm going to go and move the... I'm going to move everything, make sure that everything's connected. It is, and then I'm going to just turn off the yokes. It's a little bit too much. Come on up here, and let's see, throttle. Now this airplane also has a reverse. So it also has a reverse. So I like to also make sure that my reverse works, because if it doesn't work, I'm in big trouble. There we go. There's reverse, and that works. Cool. All right. So now that reverse works, because if you don't have your reverse, you're not going to stop. Props to feather, fuel cutoffs to off. Let's get ready to rumble. First things first, we got to turn on the battery. So battery on, and we're going to go power to manual. And the airplane starts making noise. We'll come up here and do a few things. Let's do position lights and no smoking. Don't need to worry about anything else up there for now. We can also turn off that little light. That's just going to be in the way. All right, other stuff. We can come over here and we can use this to get a altimeter setting, and this will be good for the whole flight. So let's get TNCM weather. The altimeter here is 1018, And you can see the altimeter set just fine. Last thing I'll do is come over here, and I'm just going to put a 1,500 feet here in the autopilot.
Bits intercepted.
And that's good.
Intel secured.
AMG just did some more
Every
cheers.
bit
Thanks for the
helps.
cheers.
Thanks, Agent.
Hey, AMG. Thanks for all the cheers today. Welcome in. That's right. Apparently, so World and LNAV, I think it's something that they fixed. I think originally it was broken, but now they fixed it. So now we can still see everybody here and change the time. All right, I think it's time to get out of here. So over here, we need to turn the, we've got forward and aft fuel boost pumps on. Let's come on up here, and we're gonna do seatbelt signs on. We're gonna do beacon on, and that looks really good. Let's go and start an engine. Oh, before we do that, do I have the radio page? Let's just go ahead and clear these. We don't need them for the flight. Let's just turn those off. And we can also do standby on the transponder, but we don't need that. We're not on VATSIM. Jeff did 2 cat shots and traps on the Forestall. It's not fun. That's a completely different kind of flying. It's a cool kind of flying for sure, but I mean, you know, doing stuff like that is really hard. What the fighter pilots do is absolutely amazing. Time to start an engine. Okay, so what we're gonna need to do is, where do I have the, okay, so what we need is there is a gauge down here called gas generation. Between 10 and 20 is when we turn on the fuel, okay? Let's go ahead and start engine number, starting the left engine. Left engine is starting. Gas generation's going up, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and fuel. Here goes fuel. Okay, we got a prop spinning. There we go, got a good prop spinning. Let's go ahead and take that engine out of feather. And it's gonna start spinning faster. Hey Murda, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Let's start another engine. Starting the right engine. And that engine starts up. Here comes gas generation. And about halfway there, come on up here and fuel. And that one is spinning away. Mert, I have it going. I have it mostly set to automatic, and I think it's behaving. I haven't ever really had a problem with it, but I do have afterburner going. I should probably take it a little more. I should probably look at it more. JX, yeah, this is a multiplayer flight. All right, everything looks good to go there. We got a few things to do up here. First of all, generators. Reset and on, reset and on. If you don't do that, it's just the battery, and the battery goes out, the airplane goes out. We're gonna go to auto temperature. We're gonna turn on the pitot heat, and we're gonna turn on the taxi light. Let's get ready to rumble. All right, taxi to runway 10, the one we just landed on. So come on down here. Parking brakes are off, tow brakes are on. Release the brakes, and we start to roll. Contolab is back. Hi, Contolab. Welcome back to you. Thanks for coming in. We're gonna go flaps 10. Mert, is it mandatory for flight simming? I honestly don't know what to tell you. AMG is taking off. I think it all, you know, every computer's different. Every computer is different. And if you're running a system that is perhaps not very powered, not very well powered, you need, you know, it could be that maybe you're going to need to add a little bit more. I don't monitor it as much as I should, but if you, mostly because I'm just, don't have, have the brain power, I guess. I'm more into the airplanes and the programming and stuff. JXJ, this is, I'm on a PC, but you can do this flight in the, you can do this flight over in the PlayStation and the Xbox. Yeah, I think my cooling is pretty good on it. I've got a liquid cooled radiator on the top for the processor, and the air that comes out of the back of Stormy is warm, but it's never hot. All right, so what we'll do is you take off. As soon as you take off, look off to the right. There is a little, lagoon. Fly out over the lagoon. As soon as you clear the condos, make a gentle left turn and look for an island that has 2 mountains on it, or Twin Peaks, if you like that show. And fly to that. Climb to 1,500. The heading should be about 133 degrees. I'm going to go ahead and just bug 133 degrees here. So there's my bug. You can see right down there. That's just a reminder for me. We're on the USA East server. Oh, I think I stopped. Is that AMG? USA East is where we are. I think that's AMG. Should I be polite? I think AMG may be waiting for me. I'm just going to taxi through and be a brat. Don't try this at home, kids. You could hurt yourself. All right, strobes going on. We're on an active runway. Anti-collision. This airplane likes to take off and land at about 65. There we go, and landing lights on. Let's get ready to rumble. Here we go. Captain Whip is back. Hi, Captain Whip. Good to see you. We are doing the Spy Flight beer run. So, twin ottering. 50, 60, 65, and fly. Rotate. Tap the brakes. Look off to the right. There's the lagoon. Start the turn. I still have Spy T today. Okay, drop the nose a little bit. Uh-oh, I forgot to do... Yep, I forgot. Props. I was going to say, that didn't feel right. Yeah, still doing Spy T. Flaps up. And looking over here, you can see there's the condos. Now we're going to start a gentler turn here. So, Captain Whip, this is what we call the beer run. The beer run is basically the Twin Otter from Princess Juliana Airport to St. Bart's and then to Saba. You like the Arnold Palmer Snapple? I usually get the Arizona Arnold Palmer stuff. Off we go. Looks like a little rain between here and there. That's right, Captain Whip, you did fly one of these. This is just a fun little thing to do on a Sunday. kind of the last flight. It's a great little break from, you know, all the crazy ATC and stuff. Okay, so as you're doing this flight, the first thing that we're going to look for is this is all VFR, no maps or nothing. So the first thing that you're going to look for on your flight path, we can't see the mountains, right? So our heading is doing pretty good. So our heading is looking really good here. And what we're going to do is look for two little shoals outside. And the two little shoals are very small. I call them shipwreck shoals. And these are things that, you know, some idiot that's out here on vacation's gotten all boozed up and they rented a boat thinking that, you know, they're Captain Courageous or something like that and they can do a boat. Well, of course, they're going to rip the bottom off the boat, especially in this area here. So the first thing I'm going to look for is shipwreck shoals. Stefan, welcome aboard. This is live weather. So this is what's supposed to be the weather like in this area. So if this is your first one, the whole point of talking about shipwreck shoals is to get you looking outside the airplane and look for things out in the water. And let's do a little...
Don't sink.
Yeah, we're kind of getting a little low here.
Don't sink. Don't sink.
Let's get a little trim. There we go. Let's get up to 1,500. Although, probably because of these rain clouds, maybe we ought to stay a little lower on this one. That's probably pretty good right there. Captain Whip, not feeling good? Always important to take care of yourself. That's probably pretty good there. These are low clouds. I think I have St. Bart's up ahead. And we should be coming up on shipwreck shoals. Yep, there they are. Off to the left. Off to the left. There's shipwreck shoals. There's the big one, and there's the two little ones. See, these are the ones that are going to get people. Yep, keep getting well soon, Captain Webb. JX, that's me. All right, so come on over here. And there's shipwreck shoals. Now then, next thing to look for is here is St. Bart's. There's a couple of rocks out in the lagoon. So you're going to look for a big rock and then a little rock, okay? You want to turn before the big rock and use the little rock to point you towards the runway. Yep, that's it. That's how that works. Okay, there's 1,500 feet. Trim the nose down a little bit. Don't want to go any higher than this. This is the altitude I usually like to do this at. I don't know, Polyot. Yeah, you know, the boss might think it's a little bit funny, but we've already proven that flight simming is therapeutic. It helps make you feel better. So, you know, just a little bit of therapeutic fun. All right, so here we come out there. There's shipwreck shoals. And now we're going to go and start looking for our rocks out here. Now the other thing to do is we're at about 1,600 feet, want to be at 1.5. Can tell that I've been out of the corporate world for a while. Yeah. Now we want to start slowing things down just a touch. I want to start getting into the flap zone. Okay, there's my first rock. There's my first rock, and there's the second rock. The runway is on the other side of that hill in the middle of the screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to go pull the props back a little bit, pull the throttles back, props all the way forward, and we need to start slowing down. Flights with Joel just did a raid. Hey, Flights with Joel. Now we don't want to go any lower, so we'll pull the nose up. Okay, speed's coming down. Flaps 1. Throttles forward a little bit. Thanks for the raid flights with Joel. Welcome on in. And there's 80 knots. That's actually what we want. So hold 80 knots. The big rock is right in front of us. We're going to turn before the big rock. Hi, Joel. Thank you again. Hi, Sphinx Music. Sphinx Music, you knew that we were doing a beer run when we were talking about the very big rock, right?
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
CT
sharp.
Medellin. Did I say that right? Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. All right, there we go. And 1,300 feet's really pretty good. Hi, Power Blaster. Welcome on in. Using a little bit of trim to help us out here. And I'm going to start a gentle turn in. And there's our second rock. Now these you kind of want to fly by with them off your right wingtip. The next rocks for the next airport, you want to fly over the rocks on that airport. Throttle back a little bit. Flaps 2. Uh-oh, someone just flew past. Sphinx Music. This is something that's just kind of fun. It's a goofy little flight and kind of just makes you smile. Okay, we're headed right for the runway. I'm keeping high, a little high on this one. So you can see why it is that I would turn off things like the nameplates, because you can barely see the runway. Joel, thank you for the really nice raid. Have a wonderful evening. Hope you had a great weekend. See you in the friendly sim skies. Okay, got the runway. Holy cats, somebody's got a Boeing 777 here.
500.
Okay, start reducing our speed. There's the end of the runway. There's the top of the hill.
Sink rate. Better moves. Better moves.
Don't
Sink
bump
rate.
that.
40. 30. 40. 20. 10.
Not the best landing, but not the worst. I've had a couple of absolute butter landings on this one. Linky 722 Sun flies the Win Air to St. Bart's. So your son flies the de Havilland Twin Otters. These are just such cool airplanes. They really are. This is a fun little flight. That's right, the dive and land. That's what it is. Twin Otters, yep, Linky, congratulations to your son. What a great job. I hope it's a good one. All right, so what we're gonna do is now what we need to do is to depart, we've got to do what's called a short field takeoff. Now you really don't need to do a short field takeoff for this first flight, for this one. But it's a good time to practice your short field takeoff because you're going to need it for the next one for sure. All right, our next heading is going to be 249 degrees. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a little bug here first. All right, so we're going to stop here, and let's set a bug for the heading, okay? So it's going to be 249. So spin this around to 249. This is just to help you point your airplane in the right direction. So there's 23, 24, that's 249 right about there. Okay, let's go. Here we go. Now what you want to do is, okay, that's annoying. What you want to do is get right to the very end of the runway. And at the end of the runway, look over here and do a very tight turn. There we go. That's about as good as it's going to get. You will find people that just kind of want to get in the way like this. There's nothing you can do about it. Throttles up. Now what we're going to do is we're going to stomp on the brakes. My throttles are all the way up. But what we don't want to do is go until your throttles are full up. Push the nose down a little bit. Release the brakes. 40, 50, 60, 65. Rotate. Now in the real world, you get into ground effects, so stay down here to pick up a little speed. There's a little speed, and then out we go. Flaps 1. And fly over the cruise ship. Try not to drop any beer bottles on the cruise ship. Make the turn before you get to the other shore too. And then we're going to come out here and go between the little islands here. And flaps up. And keep climbing to 1,500. This is the longest leg of the view, so we'll turn off all of the lights on this one. We don't need the landing lights, and we do need the pitot 2 Peters. Look over there. There's the tip of the island, and from here, after you get to the tip of the island, start your turn for 249 degrees. The original story of this goofy little thing, the beer run, basically kind of came about as, you know, some silly spy story. And what the spy story is these two spies went to St. Maarten. It's vacation time, right? So they wanted to go out on a vacation. And they go there, and they get to the airport, and the first thing that the spies wanted to do was go to the bar at the end of the runway. Okay, Sunset Bar, right? And that's what that was the first thing that they wanted to do. And so they get out there, and they get to the bar, and the bartender says, "Hey, I'm sorry, we're out of beer. We're closed." They said, "Wait a minute, we came all the way from wherever spies come from. How can you be closed?" And the guy says, "Hey, wait a minute. I know you two. You two are spies, right?" "Oh, yeah. Spies can fly airplanes, right?" Because, of course, James Bond can fly an airplane. Now, he doesn't land them very good, but he can fly them, right? So the guy says, "Hey, look, I got an airplane out at the airport. My brother has a bar over at St. Bart's. Would you fly my airplane over to St. Bart's and pick up about 5 cases of beer and come back? I'll pay your bar tab if you'll go and get me stuff so I can open for tonight." And the two spies said, "Yeah, sure, great idea. We'll do that. We can do that." So the spies go out to the airport, they get in the airplane, and they fly over to St. Bart's, and the guy's brother is waiting out there, and he loads up the airplane and says, "Hey, by the way, my cousin over at Seba has a big barbecue place, and he made like way too much barbecue. We're trying to get it over to my brother's place over on Princess Juliana Airport. Can you fly that over? If you do, my brother's going to give you a bunch of extra. We'll give you some free barbecue. The guy said, oh, barbecue? Yeah, sure, we'll do that. So the pilots go and they fly over to Saba and they pick up the barbecue and then head on back to St. Maarten, and that's the beer run. And that's kind of how we got the name and how we kind of do this. And so that's just the way that goes. We're a little bit off over here, a little bit high. Try to be as chill as you possibly can. Yep. Now, as soon as the clouds clear, because yeah, the clouds, Sphinx music's right. The clouds make this kind of hard to do. As soon as we get over there, we're going to look for a mountain that's a little on the tight side. You know, sharp, pointy mountain. That is going to be Saba. Now, when you go over to Saba, you kind of want to, when you see the island, you want to kind of fly to the left, you know, put it off your left wingtip a bit. You want to do that because we're coming in and landing to the south. There's this big rock that's out in the water at the end of the runway at Saba. The thing is, there's these really big cliffs right off to the side too. So what you want is you want to go over the rock, by the cliffs without scraping your wingtip and all that on the cliffs, and land. This is not the runway to go hunting for butter. This runway is very short, and you get on the ground, you stomp on the brakes, you put your props into reverse, and hope that the co-pilot, you know, put a bunch of super glue on your wings, on your wheels. So this is super short, and Linky's, yeah, I bet your son flies, has probably done a landing at this one too. So that's this one. Very, very short. They really should have an aircraft carrier arrestor wire at the end of this runway. We're coming up on the halfway point. We're doing pretty good, about 1,500 feet. The airplane's moving along at its normal speed, about 140, 150 knots, so that's pretty good. Let's see. JSG Droid's daughter got to do a real-world flight today. Nervous seeing the wings moving over a foot during turbulence. I sent her the wing load test where they pulled the wings 24 feet before they snapped, and now your daughter feels better. That's probably something that people that don't know about airplanes get a little nervous about. I can imagine so. Good, nice of you to send that. Yeah, to show people, you know, these airplanes are pretty tough. All right, I don't see anything. The only reason I'm not panicking right now is because I'm keeping track of the flight over here on Navigraph. Tindy Air Northern Canada uses the de Havilland Twin Otter year-round, either as a float plane on skis or on the ice. This is a great airplane. It absolutely is. It's one of my absolute favorites. It's not very fast. It looks a little goofy, but you can take this airplane, you can land it anywhere. You can land it on a beach, which they do in Scotland. This airplane they land this on the famous beach airport in Scotland. You can, you know, land it at Heathrow. And you can land it on a very short runway or a very long runway. I'm a little off to the right here. I'd like to be a little further to the left. That was really nice. The video of the wing loading test, was that the famous one from the 777 where they basically bent the wings back till the airframe snapped? Boy, it'd sure be nice if we see an I think I see an island here. You fly the world's short. Yeah, that's the world's shortest flight is between an island. Yep, this is it. This was the 777 wing load test, And that was basically them snapping. They built a whole airplane. Yeah, that's Alan Mullally. He's the guy who he was the head of the project, and that's them snapping the wings. That was really nice of you to be nice to your daughter like that. People get a little nervous about that. Harbor Air flies the Twin Otters on floats between Vancouver Island and the mainland. Really? Okay, we're starting to see the airport up here. We're starting to see the island through the clouds. We probably need to get a little bit lower. Let's go pull the throttles back just a bit and do a bit of a descent. Probably no more than about 800 feet. And hope that we can see something here. Yeah, that is from that video that JSG Droid linked in there. That's from a old PBS special called 21st Century Jet. And that was something that the PBS station in Seattle, I believe, got together with Boeing, and this is way back in the day. And basically, as they were designing and building the 777, it was basically from the initial design to the day that it did its first flight with United Airlines. And it was a really great series. If you search for 21st Century Jet, you could probably find it and watch it free on YouTube. Okay, there's 700 feet. Okay, you see, there's the island. There's the island right there. Now, over on the north side, the rock is going to be right kind of in the middle here. So we're doing pretty good. Let's go ahead and trim the plane. Okay, that's a little too low. I think I'd rather be about 600 here. 600 or 700. You can see I'm aiming to the north side of the island. All right, there we go. About 700 feet right there. Let's go ahead and props forward. This will be fast. Reducing. There's the white zone, flaps 1. Or I guess it's flaps 10 on this airplane. 10 degrees of flaps. Still coming to the north side. Throttles forward, flaps 2. Throttles forward a little more. Now, as you start to look over here, we're a little high now. As you look over here, there's the rock. You can see the surf is breaking with the rock. That's our target. That's what we want to fly over to be able to line ourselves up with the runway. Okay, a little bit too high here. So, Pump Guy 007, the Harbor Air Otters. Oh, look who's back. Okay. There's the rock. You can see the rock is right there. And there's the airport. There's the runway right there at the base of the hill. Going down about 500 feet per minute now. Look over there. One of the cool things about Microsoft Flight Simulator is if it's windy in a certain way, you'll see the waves in the water are blowing essentially the same way that the wind would blow the waves. And if it's really gusty winds, one of the things that you would see is white caps and stuff. Let's start a turn. There's our cliffs. Linky says aim for the X. Yes. And look out ahead. There's our rock. There's the rock. You can see the runway as we come on around. And come on down here. Flaps 30. Get ready with your brakes and your reversers. Don't let it descend too much. You could hit the rocks as you're coming on in. There's the X. I'm a little high.
40, 20, 10.
Flaps 20. Now, generally what we'll do is taxi off and come on up here. And we'll come up here and we'll sit off to the side and watch people land. So you kind of just get off the grass here, go over this little roadway.
Reinforcements incoming. More
Sean
agents joining the spy flight.
just did a really nice raid. Hey, Sean. Thank you for the raid over on Twitch. Okay, so we'll kind of come over here and stop. There we go. All right, stop here, do your parking brakes. And then it's kind of fun to go and grab the drone cam. Holy moly. Somebody brought a very big military plane in. I don't think that one's gonna stop. All right, who's next? I don't think a lot of people were able to fly this one. Okay, there's somebody, there's Volcano's back over at St. Bart's. That airplane doesn't look like it's moving. Anybody else in the pattern? I don't think anybody else is in the pattern. Let's go back to Juliana. Okay, so this is when you absolutely need to do that. Dude, seriously. Parking brakes. Okay, parking brakes off, let's go. Flaps 20 for this takeoff. Wild River Bush League. That's a cool emote. Welcome in. There's Sean Beats. Thanks for coming in. Jeff the Hawkeye guy. Touch and goes in the C-141. You know what? That's the cool part of doing multiplayer.
New recruits
Yeah,
detected.
you might have somebody
Welcome
irritating
aboard,
and
Agent.
stuff like that.
Stay
But you know what
sharp.
you've also got? You have the ability to do whatever you want. You want to take the 777 in here? You can do that. Hey, Sean. Thank you for the really nice raid. What are we doing here? We're doing what's called the Spy Flight beer run. And the Spy Flight beer run is basically go flying around in... okay, we got to get out of here. Otherwise, this guy's going to be all over the place. Let's get out of here. We're basically doing the Spy Flight beer run, which is take small airplanes to very small runways here. Runway 12, 40 knots, 50 knots, 60 knots, 65, and fly. And out we go. Yeah, so basically we're in multiplayer in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Normally we fly in X-Plane. Normally we fly in VATSIM, and so you don't have people, you know, bouncing around like that. But multiplayer is the sandbox that you just get to do whatever you want. Fly any airplane into any airport and just go to town. Okay, let's go ahead. Props back a little bit. And you're gonna need a heading of about 030. I think it's 025 is best for our landing. So yeah, this is kind of just do whatever you want, whatever airplane you want to do that, Sean. Normally what we're doing is we're doing what's called VATSIM events. And VATSIM events are big jets with a lot of airplanes on a network where there's air traffic control and a bunch of other stuff. So this is the VATSIM map. This is what's going on over there right now. And you can see it's pretty quiet where we are, but there's ATC right now up in the Seattle area. There's also usually a lot earlier, there is a ton of ATC over in Europe. Some of the best VATSIM ATC that you're going to get is over in Germany and the UK. Linky, we're heading back to Juliana. Back to Juliana. Savory, did I say that name right? Welcome, welcome. Okay, inbound is 030.
New recruits detected.
So
Welcome aboard, Agent.
030.
Stay sharp.
Oh, come on, airplane. Oh, it's him. We just need to bug this. Hi, AH Mike. Pump Guy 007, thank you for the follow. All right. Wild River Bush League, you flew traffic at Nassau last night on VATSIM. There is some incredibly good VATSIM controllers these days. There really are. And there's incredibly cool events too. Tomorrow at 1800 Zulu, we'll be on VATSIM and we'll be doing an event called Vectors to Copenhagen. And Vectors to Copenhagen is a really good event. It really will challenge you. Sean B, no. It's just a bit of a learning curve. All of this airplane stuff is just a bit of a learning curve. And, you know, I always like to say, if I can do it, you can do it. There's another way to look at it. You know, if you're feeling a little bit like you can't do this stuff, did you remember Harry Potter? Remember when Harry told everybody, every great wizard in history has started out as nothing more than we are now, students? If they can do it, why can't we? Why not us? That was a really great quote about learning how to do really hard things. And that's kind of what we're doing here. If we can do it starting out, you can do this too. It just takes a little bit of time. And flying around with some friends. Captain Whip, are you going to be flying tomorrow? We're departing out of Nuremberg for Copenhagen. What are your plans? I'm taking my favorite little baby bus, the little A319. Air Berlin flies again. So the thing is, Wild River Bush League, about the ATC mumbo jumbo and stuff like that, eventually you start learning what it is that they're talking about. And it basically says, you know, we need you to turn right at taxiway 5 and hold, or you know, turn right and stuff like that. So eventually you pick up on it. And one of the cool things that we have for picking up on things is these days, the live streams and the YouTube channels. It was a really good quote, you know, and it's one that, you know, everybody kind of starts out as a student. And it can be confusing. But if you start hanging out, you know, with some of the people that are flying on VATS on YouTube and Twitch, guess what? You'll start to catch on. Captain Whip is going to take the MD-11 or the 737-900. Oh, Nuremberg, you'll meet us in Nuremberg? Yay. In case you haven't met, Captain Whip TV is a real-world pilot and has come in and told us all sorts of groovy things that we could try to do with our simulated airplanes to fly, you know, to have sim pilot nerves of steel. Now, we may not be steely-eyed missile men, but we're getting better and better all the time. And that's one of the other cool things about the flight sim community, is we're getting some really great tips from some people that just love airplanes and stuff. You can't go wrong reading back everything from ATC. Later, you'll learn what you leave. Yeah, I mean, usually when we started and stuff, you know, for your clearance, you would write down everything that ATC said. You know, United 441, you are cleared to, you know, Denver via the, you know, man, I can't even think of the departures anymore. But yeah, uh-oh. Are we descending like we're supposed to? Yeah, I got a little high here. But we would write down everything and went through reams of paper and stuff until we finally learned that, okay, you don't have to include every word, and that's a good thing. And what's really great is our flights tomorrow. It starts out at, you know, coming into Nuremberg, we'll get our clearance via text message, essentially, you know, in some special devices in the airplane. So that's going to be really nice too. The clouds have made spotting our islands a lot harder today. Basically, our runway is around the corner from that little storm up there, I think. There we go. Looking a lot better. All right, 1,500 feet. We'll be in, I'm going to be in an Airbus A319. That is a really cool airplane. There's a couple of default Airbuses that you'll get with Microsoft Flight Simulator, so you don't have to spend any money. But there's also a freeware A320 Neo that you can get that's absolutely free, that really kind of boosts the Airbus stuff, so you can start learning things like the Airbus really good. You had missed landings, Bangkok from Hong Kong. Hey, so there was a time about 8, 9, 10 years ago that I really wanted to learn to fly some of these really great big jets and stuff on the sim. And I was just barely able to get it up in the air, and I'd slam it into the ground. I'd run off the runway. I'd lose control of this. And I can't tell you how many times I ran my flight factor 757 into the ground. It was really, really bad. But fortunately, only a few pixels were damaged, and you get to repair them by resetting the program. And I spent months trying to learn how to do all this stuff. It was really hard to do, but eventually, I kind of got it down. So, it is sort of a practice makes perfect kind of a deal. Or as, Hermione says, it's not Leviosa, it's not Leviosa, it's Levios, whatever. Where are you, Hermione? Help me out.
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
There we go. Yeah, so that's how it works. But practice is how you can learn how to do those things. And that's one of the things about the flight simulator here, or any flight simulator, is practice does eventually result in some good things. Got another little rainstorm coming through here. The weather has made it scenic today. It really has, DJ. The number of traffic pattern laps that JSG Droid did in the fly-by-wire into SNA. That's right. That's the thing to do. Is just like JSG Droid said. Some traffic pattern laps like that'll do it. Captain Chris did a bunch of flights in the U.S. mostly with you, and now you're comfortable on VATSIM in the U.S. It is, and I think that flying along with people. Like Captain Whip, who has a live stream here on Twitch, and, getting to see some of the YouTubers that will fly along on VATSIM, it really does help. Oh, there's great realism for sure. But yeah, you can fly. I remember when I first started, I was like simulated terrified of flying in VATSIM Germany. I had no idea what I was doing. Got in the way, but I finally learned, and now it's probably my favorite place to sim fly. Paragon Greenie, yeah, beyond ATC or say intentions, those are the two AI applications that you can get for ATC. And that is a great way to learn if you just can't do it on VATSIM, you just can't, you could sign up for, maybe 6 months of beyond ATC or say intentions, and that's how you're going to learn that, which will be really good. If you're new over on YouTube, there's something I do for the channel members each morning, a little bit of weather and a little bit about our first flight. And that's something that you'll get if you're joining over there. It's also over on Patreon. Captain Chris says it's a huge difference between flying in Europe and the US. Some different rules, but once you know how it works, then you can, see, the thing is, there are some differences for sure, but guess what? You learn those differences, and then all of a sudden you discover, wow, this is all kind of the same, isn't it? I mean, they have different names for things. We don't have, director, Heathrow director going in, or Frankfurt director, or anything like that. It's approach control. But, you learn those things. CT Aviation started in X-Plane 9. Well, how could you have known? How could you have known about Kennedy to Atlanta? All right, we've got to go and get through this rain, and hopefully we can find our runway. We're about 1,000 feet up. That's probably just fine. The airport's going to be over there. You can see there's the island. And the airport's going to be kind of at the base out here. So let's go ahead and start a gentle turn. Maybe not quite yet. Hopefully the rain clears up. Loviz, there's no place in the world I won't fly on VATSIM other than accents and some small differences. It is. It's all pretty much the same, isn't it? And the accents part is the part that I actually really, really love. And getting to hear different languages and stuff like that, that is absolutely one of the best parts of all this. It really is. We've come a long way from SubLogic, haven't we? I'm actually using the little Garmin down in the lower right-hand side to kind of line me up on the runway. Loviz says the UK can be difficult. Hey, look at that, I can see. There's the airport, there's the runway, and there's the bar. If you've just discovered all of this, our next flight is going to be tomorrow, departing at what pilots call 1800 Zulu. That's Greenwich Mean Time right now. So 1800 is 6 p.m. in London. And if you're in the US, that's 1 p.m. New York time is when our flight's going to start. You are welcome to come along. We'll be on the VATSIM network. If you're new, I'll suggest, maybe watch one first. Because Vectors to Copenhagen is the Monday version of Frankfurt Friday, and both are hard. Rich, are you going to fly tomorrow? We'll see you then. Thank you for being here. And we want to come as low as we can over the beach to give all the people on the beach a big old thrill. Got a little bit of a VX Sim Pilot. We were on all day today. This is just one of the things that we do every now and then on the spy flight to get off the network and have a good old time. There's the beach. You can see all the people lining on the beach.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
I think we made it. And this airplane is just such an incredible workhorse. VX, you were San Juan Center today. Oh, we actually had a really nice flight from San Juan Center earlier. We took the Silver Wings ATR over from San Juan to Juliana. And then this one was just us being weird. Not weird, just having fun. Okay, parking brakes on. Next best thing to do is come on over here. And we need to come on out here and go and visit our favorite little bar at the end of the runway. Orbital track is coming in. There we go. Oh, you missed absolutely nothing via VX Sim Pilot, and I got to tell you, the ATC was really good. This was a fun flight going out of San Juan. It was a really fun flight for sure. All right, come on over here to the normal speed, and we can go and hop off through the fence. Come on over here, and you can see all the people walking around here. And if you come over here, they've got the signs over here too. I think they took off all the bumper stickers and stuff that people put on there. And then come on in here to the Sunset Bar. And they actually do have a webcam here for Maho Beach. So they do have a cam over here. And if there's ever going to be a spy flight convention, it'll probably be right over here. So we'll book these tables so that we can come out and enjoy watching people land. And that'll be good. JSG Droid, if they gave out awards to VATSIM ATC, most machine-like Germany, most principled Great Britain, friendliest anywhere in Central and South America, funny is the USA, except Atlanta. I don't know. They can get quite irritated with you in Scotland, especially if you break the if you go busting through the if you bust the altitude constraint. I mean, I broke the altitude constraint going out of London City and Edinburgh once, and I felt about that tall. And the thing is they had so few words to make me feel like the idiot that I was. But I did eventually learn that, you watch that altitude, your maximum altitude on the departure, because like at London City, if you go above that 6,000 feet, guess what? You are going to be in the middle of approaching traffic into Heathrow. You don't want to do it. That's why you put principled in double quotes. Got it. I see now. Well, holy moly, what a fun day today. I am sure grateful that you are here, and thank you for flying along with me today. Our first flight tomorrow, like I said, is going to be Nuremberg. We are going to be going out of Nuremberg and going into Copenhagen. Vectors to Copenhagen is one of the big VATSIM events, and it's a really good time. And it's one of those that I always look forward to, and hope that you'll enjoy getting to see that as well. If you haven't gotten to fly it, it's a good one to fly sometime. If you're not ready for it, that's okay. Take your time, and you'll be ready to go at some point. Let's see here. Is there anybody that's doing any VATSIM today? Any ATC? Conti is doing a shoot 'em up game. You know who's flying? A live streamer who's been live streaming for a very, very long time. Doesn't come on very often. This is somebody called Durka. And Durka is in the A350. Why don't we go ahead and do a raid and say spy hello to Durka, okay? I think Durka also used to have his own brew pub or something like that, and several of his own kinds of beers and stuff. So, you know, probably can tell lots of stories. And this guy was, I believe, kind of one of those legendary live streamers when I first got started about 8, 9, 10 years ago, something like that. But I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Our departure time is the normal time, 1800 Zulu. As always, there has been some really, really nice support. And huge big thank you for the support and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Thank you for helping me continue to do this. This has been so much fun, and I can't wait to join you tomorrow. But mostly at this point, thank you so much for being such great Flight Sim friends. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. In the meantime, it's a little crazy out there. Lots of weird stuff going on in the world. Be sure and take a little bit of extra care of yourself while things are nuts. You know, get a little bit of extra sleep. Don't, grab the extra beer or something. Eat as good as you can. Just take care of yourself and stay healthy and stay safe. I can't wait to see you. 6 p.m. in London, 1 in the afternoon in New York time. In the meantime, have a great evening. I'm going to cut it here and stop rambling. Have a nice evening. Cheers. Good night.